Okay. At this time, I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Will the clerk of the board please call the roll?
Hall.
Present.
Solis.
Present.
Pike.
Here.
Segura.
Here.
Tarantino.
Here.
Yanni. Collier. Go ahead. I don't think Ethan's joined yet.
Okay. At this time, will you please stand and join me in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everyone. The board met in closed session, preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. 1, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reclassification, reassignment, resignation, transfer. Government Code Section 54957. 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 3, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took no reportable action. In addition, the board will be reconvening the closed session after the conclusion of the open session meeting. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for June 22nd, 2020, regular board meeting with flexibility. In consultation with the San Diego County Office of Education, we will proceed as follows. After the report from our student board representative, the first item that we will discuss will be K4, followed by G1, G2, and then we will take a break, and then K6 will be brought forward after the break. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Second.
Is there a reason why we won't be doing K6 first?
Yes, because we wanted to discuss the budget, and then because the LCAP is going to be postponed to the December meeting, we needed to we have to look at and approve the COVID-19 remedies, and then that's why. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Collier.
Yes.
Hall.
I don't approve it like that. No.
Solis.
Yes.
Pike.
Yes.
Segura.
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Okay. The board is pleased to recognize the chair of the Bond Oversight Committee, Mr. Nick Marinovich, for his service to this committee. He has served in this volunteer position for the past 8 years. We appreciate all the time and effort he put towards the CBOC, including attending meetings, setting the agenda, and preparing his in-depth reports for the board to consider. We wish Mr. Marinovich the best of luck in all of his future endeavors. Are there any comments from Mr. Marinovich and or the public?
Yes, I have received comments from Mr. Marinovich regarding the recognition. He says, "Greetings. I want to thank the district for the award and allowing me to continue my lifelong dream of being a public servant. I tried to the best of my ability to stay true to my ethics and the laws that govern bond oversight. Thanks go to all the committee members who honored me with the position of chair now for over 8 years. Finally, thanks to Maddie Adato, Kathleen Cheers, and early on Fran Brinkman for making me feel welcome in the Sweetwater community. They are friends for life. In closing, where I used to work, our motto is the noblest motive is the public good. I trust that as you move forward, those bond dollars will be spent wisely and benefit those who need the wisdom the most, our future students." And I also have two members of the public who submitted comments regarding the recognition. The first ones are from Kathleen Cheers. "I have been attending Bond Oversight Committee meetings for 11 plus years now, and if you can believe it, I was 10 times as vocal back then. I remember sitting in the boardroom when Mr. Marinovich walked into his first BOC meeting wearing beach shirts, looking like he had just hung 10 off a longboard. I thought, just what this community needs, an old hippie. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Little did I realize the depth of the commitment, coupled with his great analytical abilities and expertise, Marinovich was prepared to share, and massive work he was prepared to do for the betterment of the taxpayers. I am awe-inspired by the great amount of time he spends researching, analyzing, and then there are his reports. Detailed and thorough. It is a wonder our Bond Oversight Committee is heralded throughout the state. Nick and the majority of his fellow committee members continue to serve us well. Too bad those of you in the minority have never valued that. You know, I am often asked, are there any positive to your involvement in Sweetwater issues? Most definitely yes, and Marinovich is an example. Nick has become a trustworthy friend whom I greatly admire. But trust me, there have been times when I wanted to reach through the phone and wring his neck, and undoubtedly he has felt the same way about me. The experts lauded at each other on occasion would probably cause Mr. Pike, a veteran police officer, to bang that gavel till it broke. I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge the lack of respect some on the dais have shown to this public servant. You see, Nick is not political. He calls it like he sees it for the good of the taxpayers of our district. He could care less about establishing favor with this side or that side, instead choosing to focus on the responsibility of oversight of our bond tax dollars. Unlike a couple of our trustees, he owed no favors to special interests. To those of you holding title of trustee who have taken every opportunity to smirk, roll your eyes, or paint him an obstructionist, I will say Marinovich and his fellow committee members as a whole are the only entity this community trusts. My hope is Marinovich will continue to stay involved, but even if he doesn't, remember this, the BOC, with Marinovich as chair, never landed you in the news as the latest Sweetwater scandal has passed bond oversight committees did." And the next comments are from Maddie Adato. She said, "Mr. Marinovich, I have interacted with many people professionally and personally and can truly say that you are special. You are one of the most dedicated people I know. You not only point out what is wrong, but you try to give a solution to fix the issue, which is often ignored and should have been listened to. Your dedication and knowledge is truly admirable. The only thing that I wish I could change would be the way you were treated by Ms. Hall and Mr. Segura and some staff members. I truly wish they would have considered you the asset you truly are and not treated you as a liability. Good luck in your future endeavors." There are no further speakers.
Okay, would any board members like to comment on this award we're giving to Mr. Marinovich? Mr. Solis.
Yes, thank you, President Tarantino. Yes, I wanted to thank Mr. Marinovich for his volunteer hours, dedication to the district. I know at times we didn't see eye to eye, but for the most part, you know, he was there for the right reasons, making sure that we spent the money the way we're supposed to, and we have. And our district and the CBOC has been revered throughout the state, and we appreciate you making that a stronger committee for us. And I know it's going to continue to be a strong committee. And just wanted to thank you for your time. So thank you very much.
I would like to add to what Mr. Solis has so eloquently presented, that I really appreciated the creativity that you brought to the CBOC meetings. I think the fact that you initiated the visits to specific school sites, I think that not only helped members of your committee to see exactly what we were doing in terms of modernization and facilities, but also I think provided our staff an opportunity to explain how we were going about doing things and why we were doing what we were doing. So again, I echo Mr. Solis's comments. I wish you well in all future endeavors, and again, thank you for your contributions to this committee. Anyone else? Seeing no hands, then I will move on to recognition of our student board representative, Ethan Collier, for serving as our 2019-2020 student board representative. Ethan, the board is very proud to recognize you as our student board representative. Your outstanding service this past year as the student voice on the board has been beneficial, not only to your fellow students, but also to us as board members. Ethan, you are always willing to share your perspective, ask questions, and provide important information to the board regarding school site issues. You always went above and beyond to represent the students from the entire district, and we thank you for your leadership. We would also like to introduce this evening the 2020-2021 Student Board Representative, Ms. Desiree Adamos from Olympian High School. And we look forward to working with you, Desiree, in the coming year. The board is very proud to recognize Mr. Collier, and we wish him the best of luck in his senior year and post-secondary endeavors. Congratulations, Ethan, and thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Go ahead.
This was just a very eye-opening learning experience. I'm going to miss serving on this board very much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've certainly learned a lot, and I want to thank, Dr. Gianni and Mr. Tarantino for taking me under their wing and mentoring me throughout this year. And thank you to all the board members and staff as well for mentoring me throughout the year. Just to Desiree, I wish you the best of luck. The alternate student board member, her name is Ashley Escamilla. She is a junior at Bonita Vista. So I'm sure you two will work very closely together. And I am just very excited to see what you guys accomplish this year. Good luck, and thank you once again for this amazing opportunity.
Any other board members?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Seguda, go ahead.
Ethan, I want to say thank you for all you've done for the board and the public and the students. I really respect the way you spoke up and made comments with your heart, especially at the February 24th meeting where we were talking about the learning centers and librarians. And unfortunately, we didn't get there. But I know you. I really appreciate it. I listened to your comments like 3 times, and I'm like, Ethan he understands it, and I really appreciate your comments and your work. And you just, you truly believe in making things better for the students today and the students for tomorrow. So good luck, and I'm sure you'll do fine in whatever endeavors you do, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Seguda.
Mrs. Hall, go ahead. Mrs. Hall and then Mr. Pike. How's that?
Okay. All right.
Sounds good.
Yes, I too respect all the effort you put into being a student board member. You really did a fantastic job representing, bringing the student view and being inclusive in that view. I really appreciate the work you did on the teen court as well. and how you brought that whole, your own experiences. You brought that to us as a board member, but also as a student. It was really important for us to hear that. I am very thankful that you stand next to me in support of mental health awareness and suicide prevention programs. I think those are really important as well. So I really look forward to hearing from you, even though you're not on the board anymore. I know you will still be involved, and we look forward to that. And to our new student board member, Ms. Adamo, we say welcome, but we'll miss you, Ethan.
Thank you,
Take
Ms.
care.
Hall.
Mr. Pike.
Yeah, Ethan, I just wanted to let you know how important I thought your insight was. Whenever you spoke about issues, no matter whether they were from the school or from your personal side, you always seemed to give it your best, and it was very educating for me to hear and listen to what you had to say. And I'm so glad that you came from Hilltop, which is really good, and I hope you do tremendous things in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing your name in the paper. Something important. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Pike.
Mr. Solis.
Thank you, President Tarantino. Yes, Ethan, thank you very much for your perspective. Really appreciate it, because many of us have been out of the school district, the schools for a while. So hearing your perspective and what's going on right now, I really appreciated everything you said and how poignant your points were. And thank you, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Solis.
And Ethan, I would like to add the fact that, all of the outside activities that you're involved in terms of the other committees and commissions that you're part of and in your leadership roles. Thank you for bringing those insights into your reports and your perspectives in terms of what we need to do in our district in order to meet the needs of all students, like Mrs. Hall said. Those that are invisible and those that are on the forefront. So all of your accomplishments, they added up to the package that you brought to us, and greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't forget about us, okay?
I won't.
Don't forget about us.
I won't.
Dr. Janney, you go ahead.
Thank you, President Tarantino. So Ethan, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, all of the board members' comments to you, and thank you so much. You've broadened not only our perspectives, but you've broadened many students' opportunities to be involved and hear their voices, right? Because of the California Association of Student Councils, which I know you're still going to continue to serve and broaden even more. We really appreciate you. We know this is not goodbye. This is so long. We're going to be in contact with you. We're going to stay close and figure out what you're doing and how we can support you going forward, as well as we welcome Desiree Adamos to the board as a student board representative. She's already excited. She's already met with me a couple times, and she's raring to go. So whatever you told her, Ethan, it's working.
Yeah.
Right? And so thank you for taking the leadership in this most challenging year on behalf of students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Janney. That means a lot.
Okay, moving along, we will now provide an opportunity for our San Diego County Office of Education representative, Dr. Mark Scavarna, to make any comments, should he choose. Dr. Scavarna, you'd like to make comments.
I'll defer my comments tonight to Dr. Gothold, who's the county superintendent, who's going to present the Prop 139 extraordinary audit, I think at 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Scavarna. And now we have an update from our superintendent, Dr. Janney.
Thank you, President Tarantino. Well, welcome to our final board meeting of the fiscal year. And before I continue, though, I want to call out specifically and thank Deanne DeSato, Manny Rubio, and Karina Estrada for handling all the behind-the-scenes details to not only publicize, but live stream and post everything about our board meetings in this new environment. Just really want to thank the three of you. You've done a tremendous job to keep us up and running in spite of everything else. So thank you all very much. We are coming to the end of a most unusual year, specifically because of the overall impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then combined with navigating our way through COVID-19, we as a society are determining actions to stand in solidarity to change policies and practices of injustice toward Black lives, along with systemic bias and institutional racism. Our district tonight is bringing forward a resolution of commitment to Black Lives Matter. It's just the start of the specifically focusing on measurable improvements and outcomes for Black students within our district. And so that'll be exciting for the board to pass that resolution tonight. And then just last week, we found cause for celebration that the Supreme Court announced that the rescission of the Deferred Action for Child Arrivals, the DACA program, was unlawful. And so that's no longer in place. The Supreme Court also ruled banning employment discrimination aimed at those who are LGBTQ+. So some good things happened too in the last couple of weeks. And before the final meeting of the school year, or being the final meeting of the school year, it also means we're required to bring forward an adopted budget, even though there's still so much uncertainty around the state budget. And normally we would also bring forward at the final meeting of the year the LCAP plan. But again, due to COVID-19, the LCAP has been postponed to December 2020. Instead, on tonight's agenda is the COVID-19 written report, a response to COVID-19 that's describing how we supported English learners, students from socioeconomically disadvantaged families, and foster youth during this pandemic. Tonight, we'll also share the draft plans for opening the 2021 school year that we presented at the town hall last week. Again, kudos to the 100+ staff, family, and student committee members who worked remotely. They worked remotely to develop the plans. And we are analyzing now the more than 550 comments that we've received on the opening plans. At least 300 are from parents and families, another 200 from staff, and the other plus 50 are coming from students and community members. Tonight, as Dr. Scavarna mentioned, we're going to be hearing the findings and recommendations of the AB 139 FCMAT report presented by SDCOE's Superintendent Dr. Paul Gothold and the Deputy Superintendent Mike Simonson. Any one of these agenda items would be a worthy item to discuss because each of them impact our work and direction as a district. And any one of these items could have paralyzed a district because each present their own challenges and complexities. You know, being part of the Sweetwater Union High School District, first as a student and then as an employee, I have noticed two distinguishable characteristics show up when we are faced with even the most difficult challenges. Number one, a staff or community spirit that inspires all of us to pull together. And number two, we defy expectations. So the most recent example of the Sweetwater spirit was responding to the COVID-19 pandemic with distance learning. Building the plane as we flew it was no exaggeration. In a very short time, we worked together and created quality resources for teachers, for students, and families. Can we improve the support for students and families and teachers around distance learning going forward? Absolutely. And we are committed to improving how we deliver distance learning. This has also been an opportunity, though, to improve the communication channels between schools and families and figure out how mastery-based progression so that learning is the constant and not seat time. So what about all those creative ways schools were able to celebrate seniors and promoting 8th graders? They were just pretty much phenomenal activities. We have the talent and the innovative thinking to make this work. Also, as a Sweetwater community, we defy expectations. Our Compact for Success MOU that was first signed in the year 2000, and then the college-going culture that resulted is one of the major ways we have defied expectations. Over the years, there are many examples of our resiliency. There are examples of trauma too. We are all experiencing trauma with COVID-19. The good news is that researchers have shown it is possible to foster resilience after trauma if the environment provides enough support. So we are now focusing to ensure that resources are readily available when we welcome back our students and staff. With each challenge we overcome, we emerge stronger. It is this very Sweetwater community spirit and resiliency that makes me optimistic. Even in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic and the associated challenges we will face for some time. It's looking like those new challenges are likely to, as we move into the new school year, ranging from requirements to follow social distancing guidelines to rolling closures in response to localized COVID-19 outbreaks. We are hashtagging this together, and we will get through this together. And I just want to end with a quote I read recently that really resonated with me from Beverly Hutton, who happens to be the Deputy Executive Director of Programs and Services for the National Association of Secondary School Principals. And here's what she said. Schools are not closed. Buildings are closed. We're still teaching and learning and leading and working with families very intensely. Schooling is still happening in the Sweetwater Union High School District. Now, she didn't say that part, but I added that in, right? So schools are not closed, buildings are closed, and we are still learning. Thank you all, and please stay safe.
Thank you, Dr. Jenny. And now we will have a final report from our student board representative, Ethan Collier.
Well, I just want to echo off of Dr. Jenny when she said the Sweetwater spirit, because something that I've really learned while being in this position is resilience and perseverance, really pushing through no matter the toughest of situations. This year, especially alone, was one of the toughest, and I'm very grateful to have learned those skills of perseverance from serving on this board. I just wanted to say a little fun fact that I learned. If you are familiar with the Stonewall riots, one of the most major movements in LGBTQ history in the United States, the Stonewall riots were led by Marsha P. Johnson. Who was Marsha P. Johnson, you may ask? A Black trans woman who threw the first brick at the Stonewall Inn, which helped end police brutality against LGBTQ individuals. So I like to say that all lives cannot matter until Black lives matter. So I would like to thank the Sweetwater District for putting forth that resolution recognizing Black Lives Matter. And once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me a chance to serve on this board and be the voice of the students. I didn't think in a million years I could serve on this capacity, but you know, I went from being this shy, quiet little kid in middle school who didn't really talk to others, who stayed in the library all the time reading Harry Potter. Thank you, Miss Erin Southam, for getting me into reading Harry Potter, to the student leader you see today. Thank you all once again. That's it.
Thank you, Ethan. And again, we all wish you well as you complete your senior year and move on to whatever it is that you're interested in. Mm-hmm. Okay, we will now move to item K4, which is the report on and adopt the Sweetwater Union High School District's 2020-2021 proposed budget and adopt resolution number 4680 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in the 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 school years. Dr. Sacco.
Good evening, Trustee Tarantino, President Tarantino. I'm switching over here to the presentation. Do you see the slide? Are they switching over right now?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay. So good evening, Board President Tarantino and Board Trustees, Superintendent Janney, Cabinet, and the public. So what we're going to highlight today are a couple of slides. I know at our last meeting on June 8th, we covered quite a bit of what's in the presentation, primarily highlighting the governor's May budget revision. And so I'm just starting off with slide 3 here, just as the point of reference to where we're at with the budget work. And as Dr. Janney highlighted in her opening statement, this is very unique this year, in which we're bringing forward a budget for adoption that is not complemented by the local control accountability plan. Typically, according to the Ed Code, that precedes the budget and provides the guideline premise of the budget. So we are in a unique situation based on what the governor released back in March, providing the executive order that would be deferred. So just wanted to highlight that again as to where we're at. And then I'm going to jump to the tail end here of the presentation onto slide 63, because what has changed since we last shared at the June 8th meeting, because certainly what was reflected in the governor's May revision, as I was noted at the time, was pretty draconian. That was the word that I had used, because it is a significant reduction in funding in order for the state to close the $54 billion shortfall that they had in the budget plan. And at that time, when we presented on June 8th, there were still conversations being had at the state legislature between the Senate and the Assembly. And so what's noted here on this particular slide is on June 15th, via Senate Bill 74 and Assembly Bill 76, there was a package, there was a consensus at the legislature level that the cost of living adjustment, which is a key factor into the local control funding formula calculation, which is 2.31, would be included, unlike the governor's proposal in May. There was also discussion of rejecting the governor's overall 10% cut to the local control funding formula. And instead of that cut, that would be applied in essence in cash deferrals. The timing of when those appropriations are distributed to school districts. So at our last presentation, we highlighted that aspect of the budget is then managing the cash part of it and those particular resources. One thing that also was included in the legislature's budget, they were proposing an average daily attendance hold harmless for the 2021 school year. That had not been included in the governor's May revise. They concurred with the deferrals, including the ones that are going to be applied this month, once the governor takes final action as well. And then the tail end of the 2021 year that would be deferred into the 21-22 fiscal year. The state legislature also did restore to its entirety the categorical programs where it was proposed in some cases would be almost a 50% cut, such as our California Partnership Academy funding sources and programs. There's also a consensus on the pension obligation, so what the governor had included to kind of help mitigate some of that funding reduction. So this is what has been proposed as of today. So just again, as I've highlighted before, a lot of moving pieces, pretty dynamic at this point. So as of today, there was a deal between the state legislature and the governor. School Services of California issued a statement today, and also was in reference to Senate President Tony Atkins and Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon, indicating that the agreement, this is what their quote, the agreement reflects our shared commitment to supporting schools and is built on the foundation of equity, allocating billions of dollars for students most affected by learning loss. So that was their statement. Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have the details, particularly the financial details that is part of this deal. What we'll see is more than likely, and we'll need that soon, is an additional state budget bill that will make those necessary changes to the Senate Bill 74 that aligns to their agreement with the governor's office. And so once that language is in print through that trailer bill, the legislature will have to wait 72 hours before they're able to vote bills back to the governor for his consideration. So we're again stuck where we're bringing forward the budget to the board today, and this is probably going to be at least within the next week or so when we will have an approved budget by the state. We're already hearing different components of kind of speculation that it'll be a big cash deferral into next year as a way to manage that, what CARES Act might look like at the state level and how that's going to be allocated to schools. So we're going to need to await those details. And then furthermore, whatever those outcomes are, we also need to wait for the updated FICMAT calculator so that we can update our revenues based on that. So the 45-day, what's noted here on the next one, sorry, I added that one. The 45-day budget provision here, or revision that we bring forward to the board in August, which typically reflects any key changes from the governor's budget, that will be brought forward in August and reflect those changes in accordance to the education code. What's going to be unique, as I shared also last time, is at the same time will the state be reconvening to discuss the status of the budget. Because at that point, the state will have the tax receipts that got deferred from April to July, so they'll have a better picture there. So could there possibly be another change? So with that said, again, it's positive. It's good that there's an agreement. We just now need to await the details on what that looks like. And so I'm going to switch back here to kind of some of our slides, because since our last meeting, we've gone back just to kind of look and ensure we capture, because of these deferrals, enough interest costs, kind of looking at a lot of our programs and budgets to make sure everything was aligned for a $400 million budget. And so I just want to, remind the board of the work that we have done. There has been a lot of key, very difficult decisions, things that have, transpired since in the last few months. A lot of those are incorporated into this budget plan. And what we shared here at the last meeting was kind of demonstrating, we kind of took that work into phases so that we could see the work that Sweetwater was starting to turn the corner prior to the May revision and the impact of COVID, that we had built that fiscal recovery plan with a lot of those changes and factors in there. And so this slide that I'm reflecting here on slide 38 does factor that along with some of the distance learning considerations. So last week we held the town hall meeting with the community in terms of our reopening plans, and I know we're going to touch upon that again this evening as well. So we have factored a lot of those considerations that we received feedback from various departments and others within the district, where we accounted for about $3.5 million in some savings. Just given how we're going to start up the school year, there are things that are probably not going to be expended. Now that number can change a little bit as we get closer to first interim, all depending on getting back into the classroom, all of other information we get from county resources in terms of guidance from the County of San Diego and so forth, and the CDC. But at this point in time, what we're showing, and we weren't close at this particular phase, we're almost close to that economic uncertainties amount. We're at 7.2 million. So we were almost there in that regard. But then I want to jump to what we can reflect at this point, even though there's been this resolution between the Senate, or the state legislature, I should say, and the governor. We don't have those concrete numbers. So at this point in time, we're presenting the best information we have, which goes back to the governor's May revise. So this is right. It had indicated it is a draconian cut, as you can see with the revenues. So that is what we have right now, but knowing that things are going to be changing here in the next few weeks, and then presenting an update to the board. At this point, the package that we've presented to the board, which is the standardized account code structure known as the SACS, has not only the general fund, unrestricted and restricted, it also includes the multi-year projections and all of our other funds included in there, and some of the other required forms that are attached. As President Tarantino mentioned earlier on, also have the resolutions that wherever this number ends up, we're going to have to pivot as an organization very quickly to solve however that ending balance is, because our goal, as we've indicated, is to have that balanced budget with the 2% economic uncertainty, which is a little over $9 million just for that amount alone. And so, a lot we'll have to keep a pulse on the next few weeks as we get that information from the state, so that we have a final number in terms of what we need to address. The cash deferrals, that is an area, as I've shared, is concerning, just depending on how that will work out, because we will need to ensure that we have the cash at that point in time to meet our payroll obligations, as well as our vendor obligations. But this is what we're sharing with the board as of today. So if there are any questions based on this information and the updates. One thing I'd like to also note, we do have the budget book, the final version attached to the board agenda item as well, which was a new item that we brought forward at the last meeting.
So are there any questions from members of the board? Okay.
I do.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Hall.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sawkeld. One of the questions I have is around, it is in the budget book, FTE, for the bus drivers under transportation. I believe the number of bus driver FTE that's budgeted is 48, according to what's in the budget book, 48.1, I believe. FTE, those are full-time equivalent positions, correct?
Correct.
And how does that compare to what we budgeted for FTE in 2019-20, the adjusted budget for our bus driver FTE?
So compared to where we're at this year, that particular data for next year does not include the probationary staff. There are, I want to say, 6 FTEs that were probationary staff, and as part of that work with labor relations, HR, human resources, and our bargaining partner, CSCA, we've had the conversation of those positions not being included right now, so those are not reflected in that information. So that is a change compared to 1920.
So actually you're reducing the FTE for bus drivers.
Correct.
So we won't be able to have bus drivers that really need extra busing or even maintain the buses that we added for the San Ysidro students with that reduction.
From an operational standpoint, I would defer to Dr. Aguirre and also with Ms. Sather.
I think the obvious answer is no, you won't be able to maintain what we did this year because you let people go, even though we realized that we're going to need more bus drivers and more busing with physical distancing requirements once we do go back to school, if that's likely. So I'm trying to scratch my head and wonder why that seems reasonable and really good planning, in my opinion. So thank you.
Dr. Aghetti.
Another question. I do have another question, and it's around the adult ed. I may have added it up wrong, but I just wanted to make sure there's, if I could request in the budget book that there's, I think I added it up to be $15,721, $721,345 on the budget book pages. And I looking at the budget here, and it looks like the total on the SACS report is a little, I don't know if it's different or if I'm missing something, but I would thought you could just point me to the total for the 2021 budget. Is it, I see the revenues on the page 22 and 23, but I'm trying to get to where the total expenditures are for the SACS report. Is that page?
I would refer first and foremost to the SACS report. The SACS report ties to what I've got here on the screen. That is reflective. We can certainly double check to make sure the budget book data aligns, but the SACS report reflects the revenues for the program. That does reflect the reduction that we reviewed with Dr. Burke and Dr. Fulcher based on what we were hearing based on the governor's budget proposal. So we did implement that reduction of revenues.
So on the SACS report on page 28, it says that the total expenditures are $17,377,677. So that's the budget for 2021. It seems like it's exceeding the financing.
Correct.
What-
Dr. Burke has shared a plan, as you can see on this slide here. There's about $4.3 million projected to end the year with the fund balance. So he does have some plans built into 2021. So as you can see, that is overspending it. So there's a negative 2.2 for that year. So yes, expenditures do exceed revenues, but it's being offset against the beginning fund balance, which will then net the end of the year with only $2 million.
So in the SACS, just so I understand the SACS report a little better, the beginning balance isn't in the budgeted column. You don't account for that in the SACS.
No, it's in the SACS report that demonstrates
Okay.
we
So
anticipate estimated actuals will be for that fund, and then it rolls to the beginning for that next year. But I can keep that up so I can share that. Yeah, because how you anticipate ending the year, so like here 4.3, that is on one of the pages there for that. Let's see if I can pull that up. Should be around page 14 or 15, I believe, if I remember offhand.
Oh, I didn't go.
I'm pulling it up right now, so I have it. Yeah, so this ties back to, this year the program was unable to spend some of those monies because of timing, whether it was orders having to ensure that they're procured timely under the contract provisions, also some staffing considerations. We also monitored this program quite a bit. We didn't receive funding from the state of about over $7 million until January. So there was some spending that was monitored in the first half of the year, because if not, it would have put more pressure on general fund, because there was already a borrowing that occurred in November and December. And I'm getting to, let me see. So yes, on page 16, let me get to that page. Sorry, on the executive summary is page 19. So on page 19 starts the adult ed's SACS report.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to the next page, page 20, you'll see that the beginning fund balance is at the top of that middle column. It says 2021. So whatever you anticipate ending 1920 at 4.3 rolls into the beginning.
Okay, thank you. I see it. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other
Yes.
comments?
Frank,
Yes, Mr. Seguda.
Thank you. Let me lower my hand. So I was trying to understand that conversation between Trustee Hall and Dr. Selkow. So are we or are we not sweeping monies from the adult ed fund? And if so, how does that work? Or I hope not, and how would that work with, don't we belong to part of a coalition where it's not all our money?
Right.
Could you please?
Of a consortium, so Southwestern College are part of that consortium, so that's a portion of that. I want to say it's about $600,000 to $700,000 of the total amounts that are issued under the program at the state level. But in terms of flexibility, what I had shared at the last board meeting, which is in this block here, there was indication that there was a conversation through those with the state legislature and the governor. This flexibility was granted many years ago during the Great Recession to give school districts some ability, if there were, again, extra balances, lack of a better way of kind of saying, just those monies that could be transferred to help support the general fund. So there was conversation. I don't know at this point whether or not that's been reflected in this final budget deal, but that's something that we would definitely bring forward to the board if it's utilized. So that's nowhere factored in. This like $2 million.
So we're not saying that we're doing that. That's my whole, because I've received a lot of communications where the conception is that we're taking all the money, all the balance out of the adult ed fund and put it into the general ed fund.
No, the intent was, again, sake of transparency as to what was being discussed at the state level. If in fact, and again, we don't know till we get the final trailer bill, if there is some flexibility built in, don't know at this point, but it has not been factored into the budget plan. It was more of an informational piece for the board and the public.
Okay, I had one more question, or actually point of clarification on page 37. It looks like all the coaching stipends are being cut. What's going to happen with, we have coaching, what's going to happen? So what's the plan with that?
And that's a portion, that's again, those conversations, that's something finance was doing in isolation. That was feedback we were receiving from the athletics department, the conversations, again, hearing from the CBC, that guidance that we're hearing from CIF. So we were indicated that, at this point in time with fall sports, it might take a while. But again, I think that's an area we're going to have to monitor and what that will look like come the fall. So we've adjusted it for now until new information is shared. And I'm not sure if Dr. Fulcher or others may have more information on those conversations, but that's what was discussed with us of that part, along with the fall sports, the officials, until we get the official okay to proceed with games, football and other activities.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further hands, but I don't know if Dr. Aghetti would like to make comments about Mrs. Hall's concerns about bus drivers and transportation, followed by Dr. Fulcher responding to Mr. Segura's concern about coaching stipends in the fall. I will defer to them. If they don't feel that there's a necessary to comment, then we'll move on.
Thank you, President Tarantino. So on the transportation question, the reality of the matter is without those probationary drivers, we will not be able to provide transportation for additional stops that were established. Having said that, since we will be starting the school year on a distance learning model, that analysis can occur. But for more detail, I would defer to our colleagues in human resources.
As a
Dr. Glover?
In the event that there presents itself a need for additional drivers, we would have a posting, and we would look for candidates from throughout the county to fill those positions, including working with our former probationary employees.
I have another question. Since Dr. Glover is, can you clarify what it means by classified probationary staff release first semester? What does that mean?
Thank you, Ms. Hall, for the question. These are members that are probationary employees in the classified ranks that we've released from probation for the first semester. And then we'll look at enrollment and other factors to see if we indeed need to hire back additional employees for the second semester.
So, but if the budget isn't there, if it doesn't have FTE budgeted, what is the plan to hire people?
Trustee Hall, we do have the position. The position is there. We haven't necessarily eliminated the position. It's just not, we're reflecting 6 months of it not being filled. So if the time comes where, however, working with HR and that those do come back to support the students in the schools and so forth, then we will have to adjust. Like at first interim, we would have to reflect that 1.6 might be a little bit less. But it is factored for the remainder of that fiscal year. It is in the budget.
What is the detail behind that line item, $1.6 million? Where are those positions? We're just going to let people go at the semester? Or we're just not having them work for the first semester? Is that what you're saying? Was it only bus drivers? Obviously, is that only bus drivers that you're talking about there?
No, has other positions, instructional assistants and instructional healthcare assistants. Those were the three primary positions.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Fulcher, would you like to respond or bring clarification to Mr. Seguta's concerns about
Sure.
coaching?
Can't hear you.
Dr. Fulcher, we can hear you.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. You know, it's really a question about the fall sports season, and we're still a couple of weeks away from a final decision. As soon as we know more, we'll certainly share that by way of updates and bring information to the board as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, not seeing any hands. I will then entertain a motion to, let me see, adopt the Sweetwater Union High School District's 2020-2021 proposed budget and adopt resolution number 4680 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in the 2020, 21, 2021, 22, and 2022, 23 school years. Is there a motion to adopt?
I'll make a motion.
I will second. Moved by Pike, seconded by Tarantino. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Collier,
I had a question actually before casting the vote, if that's okay.
Okay, I will allow it. Ethan, go ahead.
Have we looked at ASB athletics, those funds, and how they would be affected for the following school year? Is there a reduction with that?
That would be each particular ASB and how the student council plans for that and plans for their fundraising activities that generate those revenues. So that's independent of the district's financials, but each particular school and its own governance of ASB would have to review that impact.
Okay, then I'll abstain.
Paul,
Okay.
I can't support this, so my vote is no.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike,
Yes.
Segura,
I have consistently voted no on this budget, and we'll do so today. I think we needed a cut from the district office first. I feel and kind of appalled that we never had real open session discussion about the learning center cuts and the librarian techs. So and I truly feel that these cuts on this budget deeply affect the area I represent, which is San Isidro and Council Park and Area 4. And, you know, it's a socially economic disadvantaged community, and I don't think it's fair for the people I represent. So I vote no.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 no.
Okay, we will now move on to item G1. And item G1 is the report on the COVID-19 operations. And that was pulled by staff as well as the public. We'll go ahead and have the staff presentation if there is one, and then hear public comments.
There is no staff presentation.
No,
This item was
okay.
pulled because it can't be on the consent agenda.
Okay, so
So
let's
I'll
hear
go ahead and read the public comments.
the public comments. Yes, ma'am.
Comments are from Kathleen Cheers. Regarding additional cost of being COVID prepared and COVID prevention, where will the additional monies come from? Will each school now be equipped with the dollars needed for items such as soap, toilet paper, seat covers, etc., or will they be expected to use classroom learning budgets to cover the cost? How often will classrooms, restrooms, door handles, etc., be disinfected? Hopefully, your presentation will include cost projections and fund balances associated with COVID. Prop O monies can definitely be used to support these efforts. With our lower Fitch rating, our ability to sell bonds will be inhibited. I caution the district's plan to continue with the aquatic center. All it's going to take is students advising their parents services or supplies are not available for the district to find themselves in the middle of a class action lawsuit. There are no further speakers.
Okay. There was no report, there was no staff report, so, and that item was not pulled by anybody else. So I will entertain a motion. There is no motion because it was just a board.
This is just a report, yes.
Yes, okay.
But,
We will now, yes, Mrs.
excuse
Hall.
me, on our sheet and on the board item, it's got the asterisk like it would have it. I mean, when we get this stuff and it's listed with an asterisk next to it, that usually means that the staff is pulling it and there's some kind of report. So I'm kind of surprised because I was expecting a presentation of some kind on this item.
I think,
So,
go ahead, Dr. Jane.
okay, thanks. So this is a new requirement from the governor based upon not having an LCAP due until December. And the purpose of it was to give short, concise responses on how we address the needs of our English learners, our students from families with low income, and our foster youth, the unduplicated groups of students, and how we've been able to support them during the COVID-19. And so each of those reports, the short, I think there's a word limit, and Dr. Alvarez can help me with the number, but I think it's like, I don't know, 300, 500 words. Maybe it's 300 words per question that we can only put in there. And so really this is a concise report to the state about how we've addressed those three groups of students during the COVID-19. We're welcome. I mean, you're welcome to answer any questions. There's no report.
I would have appreciated a walkthrough of this report. Do you think somebody could walk through it with us right now?
We can do that. Absolutely.
You.
Let's start with section 1. I think that's Anna Maria. Dr. Alvarez.
Sure. Good evening, Dr. Janney, Mr. Tarantino, board members. So the introduction to this actually demonstrates that on April 27th, we gave a comprehensive plan to the board regarding our COVID response, both in instructional operations and district operations. So on April 27th, we did give a comprehensive report. Dr. Janney was absolutely correct. The written report that is submitted had a limit of 300 words per section. And basically it outlines what we've done to address the COVID-19 emergency and how it impacted the school closures impacted students and families. And so what we state in this report is, changing our complete order of operation and services for students in a very short timeline. We transitioned to what we term as distance learning, and everything that was centered around that in terms of ensuring that our students had academic supports, social emotional supports, and then of course, one of the strongest elements was the nutritional supports that our nutrition services provided to our students by affording more than 1 million meals during the school closures. With this, we talk about the partnerships that we created and continue to collaborate with our associations. both our Sweetwater Educators Association and Counseling and Guidance Association, as well as our CSCA partners and the work that we've done to continue to the support that we have counseling, instructional supports, and then other supports needed for distance learning. So that was the first section. The second question had focused on English learners, foster youth, and low-income students, and really looking at what additional supports we put in to make sure that our students were supported throughout this time. With the foster homeless youth, one of the things that we really focused was on the intentional personal outreach. And what that meant is that each student or each caregiver was contacted so that we could monitor the student's welfare and progress, and also really give them outreach and connections to any type of wraparound services that the students needed. We also supported them by giving them IT department supported them with electronic devices, and also with looking at providing connectivity to students. The county liaisons, in terms of foster homeless youth, were a big part of the supports, where they not only gathered information and needs, but also were the liaisons with our district staff to make sure that our district staff and county social workers were providing the supports for the students. And so those were some of the elements for our foster youth. For our low-income students, we ensured that we made connections with families. We did school-based outreach for our students, our English learners and low-income students. Our SIS coordinators, our coordinators of integrated services, and other intervention support staff reached out to students. They were contacted to ensure that students had the necessary materials, resources, and access to curriculum and services throughout the implementation of the distance learning. And then additionally, we had our counselors that made intentional calls to families to ensure that any other resources needed were provided. We also felt that professional development for our teachers in regards to English learners, when you look at language acquisition and you talk about really having the opportunity for students to engage in language, we wanted to make sure that our teachers had those resources and those strategies and skills to ensure that distance learning was an optimal option for students. And all of those are located on our distance learning website. Parents were a critical component of this, and we wanted to ensure that all those strategies and resources were also available for parents during this time. And so we provided some professional development for them also.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, all of our services and all of our resources and materials were available in Spanish for our families. The next section had to do with continuing to deliver high quality distance learning opportunities. And as I mentioned before, we really needed to mobilize in such a quick manner and transition from an in-person model to changing more than 38,000 students and 1,800 teachers and 172 counselors and staff into a distance learning model. And we developed that by being very collaborative and ensuring that our plans were vetted and refined through collaborative processes. We also developed, once again, professional development. We offered over 160 professional development sessions to ensure that the platforms, both instructional platforms and grading platforms, and tools used to instruct in a distance learning model were offered to our teachers, and teachers could self-select based on their need. And so we took 2 weeks to develop, 2 weeks to offer professional development to all of our teachers and our staff. And so once again, based on strategies that would work, that were research-based and met the needs of our students. Our teachers on special assignment were a huge component of that, as were many teachers that we brought in to support and create professional development. We ensured that our staff was trained both on asynchronous, that means not in real-time instruction, and synchronous instruction, which was in real time. We created a schedule for both students and for teachers and staff to ensure that our students had access to instruction throughout the entire time. Our information technology division made sure that our devices were in students' hands and ensured that if students didn't have devices, we got them to them. As a stopgap for some of our students who did not have devices or connectivity, we did provide hard copy curriculum for those students, and we offered ways to get support. And then additionally, we monitored the engagement of our students, because that was something that we wanted to ensure. And so each week on a Tuesday, we would gather the connections that students had made with teachers, and that information was collected district-wide and individually by site. And so we wanted to make sure that we continued surveys in understanding how effective our distance learning practices were. And so we surveyed both teachers, staff, and parents and students, and we tried to immediately adapt to what their concerns were so that we could continue to improve our practice. And then the next section addresses school meals, and so I'm going to defer to Dr. Aguirre in this one.
But before you do that, I have a question.
Sure.
Can you hear her?
I think you
No, I
muted
can't
yourself,
hear Ms. Hall.
Mrs. Hall.
I guess I just muted myself again, but the student progress and contacts, page 23, it looks like you guys did it a lot. I understand that. You've done a lot since March 14th. I mean, maybe a little bit later than that when Sweetwater closed down, but it says that on this page there was 35,469 out of 37,900 students that were, I guess, engaged or checked in on weekly attendance. So do you have any news about those little over 2,400 students that weren't? Has anybody contacted them since this was first put together?
Right,
Do you
so
have
we,
any?
yeah, so we did weekly contacts with them. And so the one that we presented on the 27th, as a reminder, we began distance learning on April 23rd. So at that point,
Is this from the April 27th
that
presentation?
one's from that date.
Okay.
We did provide a board update with more recent information, and we could provide a summary update that has all the contacts for the time that we were in distance learning.
I think there was still a gap. Maybe
there
not,
definitely
not
was
that,
a gap.
There was, yeah, it was probably under 1,000, but still a gap. And I know that some of the devices are still pending getting out to some of the kids. Are they waiting for that until the end, till the year starts again for that to happen? Or do you expect that to happen by August 3rd? Everybody's going to have a device?
Yes, I'm going to have Mr. De La Calzada answer that for us.
Yeah. Good evening, President Tarantino, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Jenny, Ms. Hoff. Thank you for the question. Yes, we are planning to have devices distributed to those students that still need devices. Our plan is by late July, July 28th, 29th, and 30th, we will be distributing devices to students that need that, specifically the incoming 7th graders and incoming 9th graders. We just got word this past week that we did receive the 2,700 Chromebook devices, and we're still awaiting finalization of the 400 Windows 10 machines. But we feel confident we'll be able to distribute devices to those students by August 3rd when we open.
Thank you. So can I ask you one more question on that subject, and then I'm done with my questions?
Yes,
Are you setting up more than just one area where parents can come? And are you planning to allow parents that don't have cars to do walk-up for that distribution site? Because I understand they were not allowed to walk up previously.
Yes, they were notified. We weren't taking walk-ups, but we did accept the 5 or 7 that we did receive at 2 of the collection sites. We do have a site where they will be able to walk up, and that will be the Moss Street site. But we will be taking surveys to get a more accurate survey of those families that need walk-up and cannot go through a drive-through. But our process is to have several sites so that we can process a drive-through process for distributing computers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Since there was no action on that.
So Mr. Tarantino, we do need the board to accept the report.
Oh, we do. We do need action on that. Okay. Is there a motion to accept the report on the COVID-19 operations? Moved by Pike.
Second.
Seconded by Solis. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Collier,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. We move on to item G2, which is a report on the 2020-2021 school year draft opening plan, which is basically a revisit of the information that was presented in the forum last Thursday.
Correct. Thank you, President Tarantino. So we are going to repeat the presentation we did last week at the town hall. Just another opportunity for more viewers to listen. We did have, I think, close to a little over 1,200 viewers at the town hall, and we had 1,700 RSVPs. And so tonight's just another opportunity to share with the board and the community this presentation. So can we go? So we're going to go through the same slides we did at the town hall. And just to reiterate that the purpose is really, again today, is to really share the work plans developed to date by the over 100 staff, including teachers, counselors, classified staff, and administrators, and family and student members who have really spent the time researching and discussing and developing their best ideas to prepare all of us for the upcoming new school year under COVID-19 conditions. Right up front, like I said in my message, we want to appreciate and give kudos to all of the various committee members who contributed what you're going to hear in this presentation tonight. They've done a lot of work, and a lot of thinking has gone into these considerations. The second purpose, and again tonight it will be, because the survey is still open on the district's website, is to get input from community members, from staff, from students, from families about the ideas, about the opening plans. And so, because it is a draft plan, we're still analyzing those 550 plus comments and seeing where we need to make some adjustments. Okay, so slide 2, everybody knows our mission, which is, everybody knows our mission, which is to ensure a safe, inclusive, collaborative culture that empowers each student to actively engage in a meaningful educational experience to pursue personal and academic success. And it's really important about the safe, and it's really important about the collaborative culture, and it's really important about empowering each student to actively engage in that meaningful education to pursue their personal and academic success. Of course, we want to thank the board for their ongoing support during this most unprecedented and challenging time. And slide 4 talks about our overall shared common purpose. This is what the goal and the common purpose that everyone had, all of the various work groups and subcommittees had when they began the work in early to mid-May. And that goal was, or is, to open the 2021 school year on August 3rd with detailed plans to address a variety of educational operational options, being that, you know, this far ahead, we don't know exactly we're going to be able to do on August 3rd. So we've created a number of options that we can go to at that point in time. Okay, slide 5. So this is a really important slide because this slide shows the most important context about our district. As you've heard recently, the zip codes with the highest COVID-19 cases per population reside in our district. So what you see here on the slide are zip codes 92173 San Ysidro, 92154 South San Diego, 92050 National City, 91911 Chula Vista South, 91910 Chula Vista North, and 91932 Imperial Beach. This graph actually shows the number of positive cases in those zip codes per 10,000 residents, right? So for example, in San Ysidro, of those 10,000 residents, 1 in 65 had tested positive. In South San Diego, 1 in 101. In North and in National City, 1 in 119. And the average of North and South Chula Vista, it's 1 to 150. And in Imperial Beach, it's 1 to 200. As compared to some of the other parts of the county, as you can see right here, like for example, Scripps Ranch, where the average is 1 to 1,498. That is a really important slide because of the context of our community. Number 6. The teams also followed these guiding principles as they brainstormed ideas. And we know that educating students is our primary purpose and reason we exist. But as we plan and navigate our way through COVID-19, health and safety is our #1 priority. And so flexibility is next. Since the guidelines are changing and evolving almost daily, LCAP goals are the roadmap. And finally, seeing this as an opportunity to reinvent ourselves as educators. There are 4 work groups. Within each of the work groups, there were subcommittees, which is why we have close to 100 people participating. That will be explained throughout each of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Manny Rubio next, who's going to start with the first work group of family and community engagement.
Great, thank you very much. So the next piece that we're going to talk about is obviously the fact that we were even here in the sense of doing a forum and doing it in this way really speaks to the fact that we, reached out in terms of engagement. And I want to thank the committee that was working with us, folks from Student Services, folks from our state and federal programs. We had the presidents of both of our DPAC and DLAC committees. I think Mr. Collier actually joined us for a couple of meetings, so we want to thank everybody who was there. So our goal in terms of parent community engagement has been around, obviously, as it talks about engagement. How do we make sure that we're communicating the work that we're doing and then getting that feedback necessary? And so things like these forums, things like the open Google forum that's available, links to our website, links on our social media, you can find that information there. And then once we gather that information, how are we communicating that forward? Next slide. So here's some of the strategies that we're using. Obviously, surveys, forums, those are the things that are pretty common. But we really wanted to make sure that the committee was involved, and we wanted to make sure that those that were part of this group were, providing their input. And I'll jump across to something that we called the circles of collaboration, which means that all of us work within different groups of folks that we interact with on a regular basis, both in our work and in our personal lives. And these are folks that we want to make sure that we're engaging. And so our parent committee members, for example, talked about how there's a lot of information that we as a district are putting out there, but the true where information really is, gathered is from other parents speaking to them and asking for clarification on different pieces. So we want to make sure that those circles of collaboration are active and engaged in all of this process. And then finally, obviously, is a plan to communicate all of this work, and that's what we're going to be doing going forward. Finally, what I'll set forward, and the three questions that we engaged are talked about here are what kind of sets the tone for the rest of the presentation, and these are actually the questions that we've asked the public to answer for us. And those are the three questions around what are key questions and issues that need to be addressed, how do we ensure that communication and engagement continue to happen, and what are the other input that we want to provide to ensure that all voices are being heard. So we asked people at the forum on Thursday to look at, with this as a framework throughout the rest of the presentation, and then submit some feedback. As I said, that link is on our social media sites as well as on our district website, where you can provide some input for that going forward. So I think Dr. Fulcher will be next, and he'll continue the presentation.
All right, thanks, Manny. And good evening again, and I thank all of you for joining us. I trust that all are safe and doing well. And like I said before, we eagerly anticipate the return of our students, but we know we can't do that. We can't welcome them back into our sites unless we can do so with safety considerations in mind. And with that said, our work, the work of the Health and Safety Committee, began with two goals in mind. The first was that our physical school environment has to embody public health guidelines. We want to prevent, to the extent we can, another outbreak from occurring, as well as any additional school and district closures from taking place. The second piece, and this is just as important, we know that our plan has to produce enough confidence in our families, students and staff, that they're ready to return to either a face-to-face or in-person environment, or any other noted instructional variation that we'll talk about a little bit tonight. Next slide, please. So we focused on the following essential components, and we'll briefly address each of those over the next few minutes. And keep in mind, however, this is going to be a pretty high-level perspective and summary, and we'll talk about some of the details as the plan continues to evolve. Next slide, please. All right, we are very mindful of the various of the virus outbreak and the virus incidents in our community. And so we'll use all the available data to inform our decisions. We won't, however, and we can't, compromise student and staff health. So we want to touch on all four of these items on the next few slides. The next slide provides some additional information on the local conditions that we'll be considering. You can see on the far left part of the slide, there has to be a lifting of the stay-home orders, and many of those have been relaxed, as you have seen, obviously, on the news and other places by seeing what's happening at the beaches in downtown San Diego. And the outbreak, of course, the news about outbreaks we've seen surges in a lot of states as a result of maybe opening too soon in some people's opinion. So we had to be mindful of what those orders are and how that impacts the region we live in and our students are educated in at this point. We've also seen some significant increases in the availability of some of the material, the equipment that we needed. Someone asked earlier, are we going to have the infrared or digital thermometers? They're on order now, and we expect to have them in place before our students are welcome back to our sites. We're going to continue to monitor the public health officials. And we certainly won't move forward with the opening of our schools, the brick and mortar portion of our schools, unless we have clearance from our state and local officials. We'll continue to monitor our local cases, and Dr. Janney talked a little bit about some of the regional difference that we'll touch on briefly in just a second as well. It's also important that we have all the cleaning supplies at our site. Sanitation remains a key consideration for our schools opening and welcoming our students back to school. And we need to make sure that we, and Dr. Aguirre will talk about that in just a second, we have all the supplies necessary to maintain cleanliness at our schools. Next slide. So this slide, which is a little difficult to read, talks a little bit about some of the non-negotiables that we want to highlight with you. On the far left, you can see some of the zip code data. Again, we have some regional differences in our own district that we have to be mindful of. The incident rate is different at Eastlake than in San Ysidro. And we need to be mindful of that as we determine what type of services and supports to provide the school. So we continue to monitor the releases from our public health officials so that we can provide the type of equitable support we need. The middle section of this slide talks about equity across the district. Also critical. We want to make sure that we're giving each student at every school exactly what they need. It may not be the same across the board for every school, but we want to ensure that students and staff as well as the communities are getting the support they need. But we also have to be mindful, as you'll hear over and over again, of the state and local guidelines. We have to adhere to those to the fullest. Next slide. Yeah, again, this is another slide that's kind of small and maybe difficult to read, but we talked earlier about addressing some of the health and safety matters. And here are a few of the essential components. Let's look at the first slide first. It deals with schools and social distancing on campuses. We need to make sure that we have very specific entry and exit points for our students and staff. There's also been a lot of information shared with the board and with our community about making certain that protocols are in place and that people are trained, our students and staff, on the content of those protocols. Some students, as I mentioned before, some staff maybe, need to wash their hands for the 20 seconds, and it needs to be done in a very deliberate manner. That may need to be showed and taught. So again, those are some of the things that we'll be looking at. The parking, the entry and exit of transportation routes, how will nutrition services be impacted? And then, of course, we want to limit the number of staff and students on site. You can see in the middle slide, or the middle item, it talks a little bit about some other safety considerations. We plan to screen our staff upon arrival every day in school. There's also going to be a questionnaire that I think you've heard some about already. The protocols I mentioned earlier, there's going to be protocols around hygiene, hand washing, use of hand sanitizers, coughing, etc. And Dr. Aguirre and his team have already ordered a number of protective equipment that we'll need for our staff and students. And the last section of this slide talks about detecting and responding to possible or potential COVID-19 cases. We're still developing quite a bit of the information around this, but suffice it to say that we will have those protocols in place. There's going to be certainly some expectations around self-reporting, what to do if you come in close contact with a person diagnosed with COVID-19, and what about students or other family members that may have been exposed as well. So more to come on that one. The next slide. I think everyone should know, everyone listening to this email, that we have a few departments that have detailed information about our classrooms at every school in our district. So each classroom can be arranged with social distancing in mind. And you can see two separate classrooms and how they're set up. The one on the left side of the screen is a little more rectangular in shape, and then you have an elongated kind of square-shaped room on the right side. Both can be configured in a way that certainly takes advantage of the classroom space and maintains social distancing for the adults and the students in that classroom. Again, our planning and construction and maintenance department have all these dimensions, have all these classroom specs, and we will be sharing those as we go forward with preparing our classrooms. The next slide. Yeah, we've had a fair number of questions regarding athletics. And earlier I mentioned that a final decision regarding the fall sports season will probably be made within the next few weeks. The probability is we won't have a fall sports season. That's likely the case going forward. However, that decision again will be made over the course of the next several weeks. So until that happens, we've established a few things that we're sharing with not just our families, but our community members as well. So there's no established dates, as I mentioned already, for the fall sports season. All school athletics facilities, our related facilities, will be closed and remain closed. And that includes our gyms, our weight rooms, our locker rooms, the fields. So there'll be no youth sports practices, games, competitions, or access to our campuses. And that includes the youth camps or any youth sports organizations. The next slide. And finally, this is our last slide, the last health and safety slide. And we know we need to make plans and protocols that have to be shared with all our stakeholders. And it needs to be culturally and linguistically appropriate. So we want to make sure we send information out that's easily read, it's legible, and also in multiple languages, and not use a lot of jargon and explaining what these protocols are around COVID-19 and the expectations of our school opening. So some of the districts that we've talked to in the past have been slow to translate a lot of their material. We will make sure that's one of the primary issues or priorities that we certainly address going forward. And next we have Dr. Aguirre to talk a little bit about the systems and equity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fulcher. So our group, the Systems and Equity Group, if we could kind of scroll to the next slide, address the following 4 subgroups: technology, access, and distribution, welcoming methods for all families, operations, particularly as it relates to nutrition services and transportations, and lastly, financial considerations. So with that, I'll ask Mr. De La Calzada to share with us what the thinking is regarding information technology and how to ensure that all students have technology devices as the school year begins. Mr. De La Calzada.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. In the area of information technology, all computer devices will be sanitized and properly packaged in plastic bags. These packaged devices will then be presented to students and families that need computers for distance learning. iPad devices will be distributed starting with incoming 7th grade middle school students. We will also distribute Lenovo Chromebooks or Lenovo Windows 10 devices to our incoming 9th grade high school students. We will use a drive-through process for distributing computers to our students and families. For those students and families in most need or have special circumstances that require internet at home, we will provide this connectivity through several options. We will utilize Cox Communications Connect to Compete program for internet services. We have also acquired T-Mobile Sprint hotspots for internet access. We will also provide enhanced connectivity at select school site parking lots for internet. These technology devices and services will be provided to students in late July before our school opening on August 3rd. Moises?
So one of our subgroups has been focused on how do we welcome students. We all acknowledge that last school year came to an end rather abruptly for everybody, staff, students, parents. It was a very atypical experience. So as we think about how we start the new school year, one of the things we've been considering is how do we create virtual welcoming experiences for both our families, our parents, and our students. So we have been having deliberations and conversations around both synchronous and asynchronous, i.e. real-time, as well as recorded messages of introduction, both by our administrators, our principals, assistant principals, as well as some of our teachers, so that there can be a welcoming environment for all of our stakeholders, given the very abrupt nature of the closure as it happened last year. So that's one of the things we have been talking in this subcommittee or subgroup, is how do we build these welcoming methods to ensure that our families and our students feel welcome and they get to know or become acquainted or reacquainted in some instances with their principal and their teachers. Next slide. The other aspect or another subgroup we have in our committee or in our work group is the operations work group. So here we've been examining and looking at nutrition services, transportation, and our overall operations. So nutrition services, a quick highlight is the fact that we've offered over 1 million meals since the school closures began. We're currently operating under federal and state waivers that have allowed us to be able to do that in a very flexible manner. And so the California Department of Education has requested additional waivers for the next school year, i.e. 2020, 2021, so that we can have those similar flexibilities. At this point, we are awaiting final decision by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. However, we are beginning to make contingency planning in case those waivers are not extended. In the transportation area, we are looking at the requirements for physical distancing. We're looking at the requirements for special education, as well as having conversations with our special education department to assess the nature of reopenings for non-public schools. And lastly, our financial considerations for purposes of transportation. Additionally, in the area of operations, what we've been looking at and assessing in order to make these recommendations are inventory management. How can we be as efficient as possible? So we're working closely with our purchasing department, which manages the district warehouse. We're also taking feedback from our classified staff, both at the school sites and at the district office, particularly as the need for physical distancing, whether it be plexiglass or some type of physical barrier, for the staff that comes in interaction with the public, whether they be parents, vendors, or any other member of the public that comes onto our very busy schools. So we've been looking at methods to ensure that all of our sites have safety in mind. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Salkel to cover the financial considerations.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Good evening, everyone. So in regards to what has been shared and how we can support the schools and departments for the reopening of school, there are various funding sources that have come up recently. The first column here is the CARES Act, which is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, which is passed by the federal government. Those funding sources, $8.2 million has been noted on this slide here on the left, has already been allocated to the school district. In terms of an appropriation, we have to submit first and foremost an application for those funds before we can start to submit for reimbursement. But those are part of the direct stimulus for the school district as part of that act. It can only be used on online learning expenditures, cleaning supplies, and PPE or personal protective equipment, as an example, related to sanitation. Those funds can be or need to be used by September 30th. That's the expended date is at that point, 30th, 2022. There's another element of the CARES Act and what was introduced in the Governor Newsom's budget proposal in May, which is through the state. The goal related to that funding is to mitigate learning loss. We are still awaiting the California Department of Education and the Department of Finance estimate. This is where there's been quite a bit of debate with the state legislature and the governor's office on that allocation and that related methodology. So once we do have that, hopefully here within the next week or so, once the governor approves the budget, we'll have that amount. However, it does require that an instructional continuity plan be submitted on how those funds will be expended. And we do have, and there's just a correction on here, it's December 30th of this year. So it's actually only a 6-month window. So it should be 2020 in that regard. So that's that piece as it relates to the federal government. There was also under the CARES Act a waiver issued through the U.S. Department of Education as it relates to our title monies, which is also federal in nature. However, it was focused on any remaining balances at the end of this fiscal year that are not spent by schools. Those remaining funds, and it's kind of a carryover, there's a threshold that you can have that's limited. You can only have no more than 15% on an annual basis. So they've granted waivers that if you have an amount greater than, and allowed the flexibility to where you can apply those monies towards technology purchases. The other item that's aside here from what's noted here on the federal, we also at the state level received funds in late March of about $644,000 as part of the Senate Bill 117. And those monies have already been earmarked. The board did take action in mid-April for student devices for a purchase of about $1.5 million. So that $644,000 was applied towards that. And then we'll be analyzing these particular funding sources, either the Title I or this direct stimulus amount as part of that remaining amount that will cover that $1.5 million purchase. So these are the funding sources to address these additional costs. So I'll now transition to Dr. Ana Maria Alvarez.
Thank you, Dr. Salted. I appreciate it. Deanne, if we can go to the next slide. So the teaching and learning team had 5 separate committees. These subcommittees were aligned to support students and staff for the opening of school. Although many topics were covered during our subcommittee meetings, the 4 most relevant areas included: how do we continue to support our diverse learners? Which type of scheduling options would best fit the transition in and out of distance learning if needed? How would we address the concerns from students and parents and staff regarding multiple platforms used as learning management systems, and also the development of a Sweetwater High School virtual school? The last committee that is not noted on here is focused on distance learning, development of curriculum, and development of professional development and refinement of curriculum. That is being addressed by a selected group of teachers that we will go through the post and bid process. Next. So in our first subcommittee, which was focused on our diverse learners, it really was meant to engage all stakeholders and to identify which students were included in our diverse learners. We included students with disabilities, English learners, students needing economic resources, students in the foster care or homeless situation, and any other student having difficulty during this time. 5 major approaches were developed from this committee. The first was to ensure that we had methods and mechanisms to connect students to resources through personal outreach. This really focused on ensuring that each child, each student, had one person to connect with throughout the distance learning process. The committee also believed that communication with students' families through different modalities was crucial. Understanding that some of our families did not have connectivity or devices led to the development of phone trees and potential home visits as other means of communication. This also included communication through different social media platforms and other forms of outreach. As we open the new school year, it's crucial that we welcome families and students to the school environment and provide an overview and access to available services. This is even going to be more essential for incoming 7th graders, our incoming 9th graders, and those students new to the district. We've developed a plan to ensure that these student outreaches and services are made known throughout the community to all its members. It's crucial that we welcome these families and make sure that their resources are accessible. As we navigate through this pandemic and ever-changing landscape, different approaches needed to be ensured so that our students, families, and staff members were safe. We also looked how to prioritize students' needs and the interaction that may need smaller group campus settings where students would go to classrooms. This last approach we felt was crucial for our diverse learners was making sure that we had available community resources and agency partnerships to provide wraparound services. Next slide. So the second subcommittee really focused on how to ensure that the schedule students had and the schedule teachers had for distance learning were optimal. We learned a lot from our spring and our current summer program. We wanted to make sure that we maximize productivity, but also minimize stress. At this time, we're considering 2 different scheduling options, although a total of 12 different scheduling options were provided to the committee, or the committee did develop them, and we vetted them through several layers of our district staff and personnel. The first one is a 6-period class schedule. It is what we have right now, kind of a traditional 18-week semester-long schedule. But we would refine it similar to what we did in the spring and in the summer. Well, similar to what we did in the spring was that we would have alternating blocks. So students would have block days and they would focus on 3 classes each day. The second one modifies that into a quarter system, and students would take 3 classes for 9 weeks at a time. Both of these we feel give some opportunity to move in and out of distance learning. They each have their pros and cons, and we're really looking at input from teachers, parents, and students to choose which one would be the best for our district. Next slide. So one of the critical elements that we found through our spring distance learning was that having several platforms made it easier for teachers to transition to distance learning. It's so much easier to use a platform that a teacher was familiar with, and we wanted to make it simple for teachers to come on board and not add one other layer of stress. However, but we did find through parent surveys, student surveys, and even our own staff surveys that having multiple platforms did create some form of stress, in particular for students and parents. And so we wanted to align and ensure that we evaluated the platforms that were available across the district. And so this committee did so. They looked at the platforms from a student perspective, a parent perspective, an educator perspective, and then also from the district perspective. And so what was decided as a recommendation from this committee was that each school will use one grading platform and one learning management system. What we have as a district decided is that Google Classroom will be our learning management system. We do, however, have some students and some school sites that are full Canvas schools, and we have Canvas as a platform for 1 more year. It ends in June 2021, and students and teachers will be able to use that. Those schools will have to transition to Google after this year. We believe that with the grading platform of using Jupyter or Infinite Campus will make parents and students' use of those platforms much easier. And then the last one that we had was looking at how do we move into a school that is completely virtual. And the discussion was, we've been talking about this for a while. This isn't just because of the initiation of distance learning. The difference is that this program would be all distance learning and would not transition in and out. We know it's a program that's not for all students, but we also know that many students would benefit from a purely online system. And we're trying to ensure that this model would meet the academic, social, and environmental needs of our students. We would offer both APEX, which is already a prepackaged online program that is A through G course ready, but we would also create our own college ready courses through our teachers on special assignment and those teachers that we will be hiring through the post and bid process for extra duty to create classes that can be fully virtual. We want to make sure that those courses are co-created by our district teachers. In addition, we would also be offering counseling services and academic guidance and college and career supports for all of our students within this virtual academy. And then the 5th committee, as I mentioned, is really the development of the curriculum, which would provide both online instruction and blended instruction for our teachers. We believe that all of these committees are really focused on one thing, and that's to ensure that our students are prepared for college and career, and that the teachers have all the resources they need. Thank you. I'm going to pass this to Dr. Janney.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, and everyone else, Dr. Aguirre, Dr. Salkeld, Mr. Dela Quesada, Dr. Fulcher, Mr. Rubio. So these are our summary considerations. With all of what has been shared, this is where we are at this point in time with our draft plan for the 2020-2021 school year. That is that we are considering distance learning only to open up the school year on August 3rd with no on-campus instruction. Given all the information we know at this point in time, including the article that was published in the UT just last week about the new COVID-19 outbreaks, and like we said earlier in the presentation, that health and safety is our #1 priority, and the fact that many of our feeder districts, elementary districts, have start dates after August 3rd, we are also considering remaining in distance learning through August 28th, the first 4 weeks of school. Distance learning in August with the goal of moving to an on-campus instruction when possible. That means when health orders permit, we will begin a transition to an on-campus instruction in a somewhat of a hybrid model. We've got some percentages listed here. Those are just ideas at this point in time. For example, health orders permitting, we may begin with no more than 10% of our students on campus at any one point in time, and then transition to the higher percentages as health orders permit and the environment is more safe. And then finally, the third consideration is that we will offer what Dr. Alvarez called the fully virtual school to families who choose that option. So next steps. If you remember, the first purpose of sharing this draft presentation was to share the plan with the community and all stakeholders. The second purpose is to ask people for feedback. So we continue to ask for feedback. Like I said earlier, the survey questions are still on the front page of our website. So please take time to provide your feedback. Like I said, we've got over 550 responses so far, and we appreciate the time you've taken to do that. During July, we will provide training to staff and use a variety of ways to welcome students and families back prior to the opening of school on August 3rd. And then on slide 36, in the face of uncertainty, we remain hopeful because of the Sweetwater community spirit and dedicated staff. Again, we want to recognize the work of all of the subcommittees, those 100+ people, because this will be ongoing work. Again, we want to thank everyone for contributing to this process, and we'll take any questions from the board at this point in time.
Dr. Janney, I have a question.
You're muted, Mr. Tarantino. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can hear him.
No, I'm sorry. That was me.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I think it was last November. You and I met with a group of parents at their request who were homeschooling their students, and we met in order to find out, what we could do to make them feel comfortable about bringing those homeschool students back into our system. And now with this COVID-19 plan and the fact that, we do have a lot of options, is there any insight into where we are with, if meetings are continuing and if there is interest in bringing those students back to us?
Yeah, I actually want to ask Dr. Fulcher to respond to that question, because after that meeting in November, I'm hearing an echo. I'm not sure if you are.
Yeah, me too.
After the meeting in November, Dr. Fulcher started meeting with a group of those parents, and so I'm going to let him explain what's happened since that time.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we continue to meet. We meet every Friday at mid-morning. Some of the same parents who you met with initially are part of that group and committee. We've added a number of district staff members to that discussion as well. As a matter of fact, a lot of the information you've heard from Virtual Academy or Launch Academy to some other things in my committee's work are a result of those conversations we're having with the parents and the committee that's talking about homeschooling. So we're fully expecting to bring back a good portion of those kids and families to our district. And the meetings are going well. We have some people outside of the organization who are part of those discussions as well. And hopefully at some point within the near future, we can provide a more formal update with some of those committee members involved in the discussion or presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Fulcher. Ethan, you're up next.
Yeah. So I had a quick question regarding some scheduling. Yes, scheduling. Sorry, I'm like multitasking right now, but I had a question about the scheduling. It was because I noticed it was 6 classes only. Is that only just 6 classes, or are we going to have, like, for example, I know CVHS is on a block system. They have 8 classes total, and I know, for example, like students in my school have an option of a 7th or 0 period. What's going to happen with that, Dr. Alvarez?
Ethan, thank you so much. That's a great question. And Ethan is also part of our work group, so we appreciate his time that he spent with us. So that was just a sample schedule. So most of our schools are on a traditional 6-period day, and so that was representative of that. However, we do know that, for example, Chula Vista High does have an alternating 8-period day, and so they would be able to continue with that. Bonita High also has many students that are on a 7+ period day, as Southwest and Hilltop. So those would be allowed. We're just looking right now at what would be a representative sample of schedules.
Okay, awesome. And another question about the virtual schools. So, for example, at like my school, we lost an AP Spanish Lit section, and that affected a ton of us who are in the FLAGS program because we lost our language. And I was wondering, would it be possible for students in that sort of situation to take the course virtually through Launch Academy if that were to happen?
That's a great question too. So one of the, I think, benefits of having a virtual program is that we would have students that would be fully in the virtual program, but we would have also the capacity of offering some district-wide courses that, for example, we might not have sufficient number of students enrolled at a particular site, but if we coordinate across the district and bring in students from multiple high schools, we would be able to afford to do that. So that would be one option.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Segura.
Yes. So I just wanted to thank the team for this report, and very in-depth in all the work that was put into it by all the committees and all the stakeholders. I know it's not done and it's ongoing, and I appreciate the remarks around that we understand that in the communities that a lot of people live in, there's high cases of COVID, and it looks like it's continuing to rise with the data I've seen just today. So I know, I received some emails from parents who want their students back in class, and I appreciate that. But, first and foremost is the safety of the students, like Dr. Janney said, and of all the teachers and all our staff. That's what we really need to be mindful of. So, but I just want to thank everybody for all their work on this and all this information. Thank you, Mr. Tarantino.
Board President Tarantino, this is Mark Skavarna. Can I interrupt just for a second?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want to, because of time constraints with Dr. Gothold, I want to please ask the board's consideration to allow him to do his 139 presentation prior to the break.
Okay.
With all the budget information that's going on in the state, he has quite a bit of things he needs to deal with. I would sure appreciate your consideration to get this done.
Yes, we promised we promised that it would be as close to 8 o'clock as possible. So if there's no further questions or comments about.
I have questions. I haven't got a chance to ask questions about the presentation.
Would it be appropriate to come back to this issue after after a break? Would everyone okay with that? So like that, yes. Mrs. can ask her questions, and then we could be sensitive to Dr. Gothel's time constraints. Everyone okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and move to item K6.
So I'm not sure he's on yet. I see Mr. Simonson on, but I don't see Dr. Gothel on yet. So we'll have to. Oh, you are. Hey.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
Welcome, Dr. Gothel.
Bit to work on. Test the audio. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, President Tarantino. Good evening, members of the board, President Tarantino, Superintendent Janney, and also our student rep, Ethan. Congratulations on your role as student rep to the board. I continue to be inspired and impressed by our young people in this district, and I know our future's in great hands with individuals like yourself. So I am here tonight in accordance with Education Code 121.5B, which requires a county superintendent to report the findings from an AB 139 extraordinary audit to the district's governing board at a regularly scheduled meeting within 45 days of completing the audit. As described in the report, the audit is an investigation of possible fraud. Once you have had an opportunity to review the report, you will find in the background section a summary of why we were here today. Significant financial discrepancies were reported to our office in late August 2018, when the district reported a wild swing from tens of millions in reserves to an unexpected deficit, which left the district with a negative fund balance. This event resulted in a disapproval of the district's budget and letter dated September 18th, 2018. By law, this disapproval required the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, or FCMAT, to conduct a fiscal health risk analysis. This analysis, delivered to the district in December of 2018, raised concerns that possible fraud or misrepresentation of financial statements had occurred. As a result, we called for the extraordinary fraud audit to be conducted to look specifically at the district's use of Mello-Roos proceeds for internal borrowing, manipulation of the budget through the use of unsubstantiated budget entries, and internal controls related to posting payroll transactions. Please note that this copy of the report is being emailed to you now, to the board and superintendent, and will be a public document upon completion of the comments. Rather than go through this lengthy document, approximately 80 pages, that you have not had an opportunity to thoroughly review, I will move to the conclusions, which include violations of board policy, government code, education code, and security laws. In short, after investigation of the district's practices, FCMAT concluded there is significant evidence to indicate that fraud, misappropriation of funds or assets, or other illegal fiscal practices may have occurred by current and former employees. Because of this, Education Code calls for us to submit this report to the state controller, state superintendent of public instruction, and local district attorney. In further accordance with Education Code 121.5B, the governing board is required to notify our office within 15 days of your proposed actions regarding the recommendations found in this report. Throughout this process, our office's #1 priority has been ensuring Sweetwater is fiscally sound in order to provide students with what they need and deserve to succeed. That's even more true today, during the pandemic that has proven so devastating to our communities, particularly our underserved and also across the world. We will continue to do whatever it takes to help Sweetwater District to fulfill your mission. And once again, this is not a discussion item. We're merely following the statute and requirement by law to present the findings of this report that you now have in your position. Once you've had a chance to digest the contents of the report, I encourage you to contact our office so that we can support you with whatever it takes. The report will be available on the FCMAT website tomorrow morning, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gothold, Mr. Simonson, and FCMAT team for all of your hard work. that went into both the AB 139 report and today's presentation. We appreciate that. There's clearly a lot of time and effort that went into the project, and we appreciate it. Because this is our first opportunity, we have had to hear the information presented today. We will take the time necessary to fully digest it and read through the 80-page report, like you mentioned, determine the best course of action, and in doing so, we will, of course, first and foremost, consider the best interests of our students, their families, our staff, and our community. We take this opportunity we will take that opportunity to fully understand FCMAT's bases and conclusions addressed in this report and the presentation, and identify where we need to make adjustments in the future, in addition to the improvements and adjustments our internal processes we've already made thus far. Again, we appreciate looking at our historical fiscal practices. We take the findings presented today very seriously and intend to take a hard look into our own practices that FCMAT has identified. And throughout this process, we have collaborated with others in the district to better understand issues that may have arisen due to these historical practices and to create solutions that remedy such issues and help us avoid repeating the same issues going forward. We've already taken steps to ensure that we've had strong internal processes in place, and we appreciate that. We also welcome further guidance and questions from the board, and we'll provide updates to the community regarding any adjustments or actions we decide to take. So thank you very much. We appreciate your time and for being patient with us tonight.
Dr. Galto, on behalf of the board, I too would like to thank you and Mr. Simonson and the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team for the time and effort that went into both the AB 139 report and today's presentation. Given the scope of work and objectives of this study, and the fact that this is the first opportunity, as you have mentioned, that we have had to hear the information presented today, we will now need the time to fully digest what has been presented and determine the best course of action moving forward. In addition, we will take this time to fully understand FCMAT's basis and conclusions presented this evening and identify where we may make adjustments in the future in conjunction with the improvements and adjustments to our internal processes we have made thus far. Please know that we will fully participate in any necessary review to address the findings and recommendations made in the report within the 15-day window as required by Ed Code. Given the steps already underway to ensure that we have strong, transparent, and fiscally responsible internal processes and controls in place, coupled with our willingness to continue to evaluate practices and these control mechanisms, we are confident that we will remedy such issues and avoid repeating the same in the future. We do have one public comment, and if you would be so kind to allow the member of the public, is there one, Ms. Facedo, or two? Or?
Yes, one public speaker.
Okay, all right.
The comments are from Kathleen Cheers. I remember sitting in the boardroom several months ago when the County Board of Ed spokesman emphatically and rightfully took the dais to task for their failure of fiscal responsibility. He was right. No, he was dead right. I also remember sitting in the boardroom when the interim superintendent Glover had FCMAT present the results of their audit in 2015. While it was no forensic audit, FCMAT was crystal clear. Stop spending your money. Stop your spending, watch your hiring, or you're headed for a disaster. Well, a Category 5 disaster hit named multi-million-dollar deficit, and this board owns it. Then, of course, there were meetings after meetings when members of the public, including myself and the Bond Oversight Committee, called on you for in-depth audits. Did you listen? Yes, but only once when you hired Moss Adams. But then, all too soon, Ms. Hall and Mr. Segura came out questioning every recommendation, every concern Moss Adams raised. And just like in the previous many years, the charade of weak elementary audits picked up right where the previous board left off. Case in point, Moss Adams bid the last time, but you chose another. And lo and behold, when the massive deficit was exposed, the auditor you chose, the one Ms. Hall relished over, surprise, surprise, submitted a change order. They needed to increase their price in order to do a quality audit. Silly trustees, surely you have been at this long enough to know you get what you pay for. And now we, the community, see the facts clearly. You failed our students, the taxpayers, and employees. You gave out raises we could not afford, raises FCMAT warned you against. Why? Because you had a quid pro quo going on. You needed to pay your debt to your unions. After all, they paid for those campaign signs. They called out the troops, vote for our choice. Let me be clear, Trustee Pike was not endorsed by Big Labor. Big Labor wanted the PLA, and yes, Sir Bob, they got that too. Teachers, employees, your monthly dues put 4 of these trustees in. How is that working for you now? Let me be clear. Do I believe teachers are underpaid? Yes. Having said that, fiscal responsibility is a must, and this dais and our past CFO couldn't have failed more miserably. To the chair of the audit subcommittee, Trustee Hall, it is clear you have failed this community. You and all your banter of your so-called financial expertise, your mandate that you would decide who would be on your committee, so-called experts. Here is a recommendation for you. Stop the arrogance and know-it-all attitude. To our CFO, thank you. Finally, a CFO who is an expert in the field of finance versus being an expert in the field of number manipulation. Dr. Sokell, do I trust you? Emphatically, yes. Having said that, in-depth audits must be mandated going forward. There are no further comments.
Okay, with that, we will take about a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 8:35. Okay, we will go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and we will continue with questions on G2, the report of the 2020-2021 school year draft opening from Mrs. Hall.
Thank you. I want to echo the remarks of my other board members that said their appreciation to staff for everything they've been doing to support students. I did have a couple of questions. One of them was around the CARES Act, the ESEA relief, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act relief money at 8.2. Was that what we originally had? Wasn't it 8.7 or something like that that we were originally expected to receive? Dr. Stockfield, I suppose, is the person to answer that question.
Yes, the original estimates were actually published by School Services of California, and it was around 8.3, so it came in just slightly after that.
Okay.
So it's pretty much spot on around with those early estimates.
All right, thank you. That helps. So I did have some conversations with stakeholders, some of the parents of students that were asking about the different committees, but I think one of the hurdles they felt was the translation, availability of translation, how were they given translation at the town hall to Spanish?
Manny, you want to? So probably Dr. Winters, can you answer that question? Yes, they were, but Dr. Winters has the details on that.
Yes, I can. Good evening. Translation was provided through the phone call system, which has been utilized in the past by the state and federal office. And that information was emailed to everybody that RSVP'd that they wanted to attend the meeting.
What does that mean? I don't understand what you mean. I was hearing from parents they were having a hard time with getting the meeting translated and even the documents translated. So how did that work?
So the meeting itself was translated simultaneously. We had someone listening to the presentation, and they provided a phone number for parents who RSVP'd to the meeting. They were given that phone number so they could watch the YouTube and yet listen to someone translating in Spanish. Currently, the presentation is uploaded to YouTube, and you can, through closed captioning, actually listen to that in another language other than English by using the YouTube closed captioning feature.
Okay. And also, one of the issues I think parents were expressing about the conversion to distance learning, and which carries into the fall, is how they monitor their children while they're utilizing these different platforms, and actually check on to make sure that they're monitoring their students' work is being done and things like that. And I know that there was a suggestion made by one of the staff people that I've been speaking to, is actually the Julie Walker teacher, the head of the teachers representation, about having a genius bar for parents, which, if you recall, we were presented a few years back about schools using a genius bar to help students learn about how to use their devices and how to use their the different applications for their classrooms. I think the parents are asking that they have that sort of ability to access training as well. I think that was a very valid suggestion, so that we could utilize, I think what they do is there's a help number. Their district probably has a help desk that people call in when they have issues, but there has to, I think, for parents and for students as well, the suggestion was that they really have a more robust way to get to access help and to access training. And I think Ms. Walker's suggestion was valid, where she was saying there's a reason why teachers teach, and teaching how to use applications or how to use a device and how that applies to the parents monitoring or making sure that they can assist their students with their learning would be valid. So having a teacher help with that rather than just IT answering the helpline, because it may not be just a technical problem. It could be really something about people gaining the skills. But keeping in mind that we help parents with that is key. The friendlier we can make that, the better. And I heard when Dr. Fulcher was speaking that they were going to, they were going to translate documents. So aren't we already translating documents for parents of where that's required by law, right? If you 15% of your population has where English is the second language in their home, it's not their primary language, or we're required by law to translate things. Is there a big difficulty in having that happen so that parents can access translated documents when we're presenting things? Just like tonight, I was curious how they were accessing our own board meeting and understanding it while we're doing that. Normally, when we're in person having meetings, we have translators at the back of the room who, give parents devices and do a live training, or translating. So I would think that we need to do a better job if we're not already doing translation of documents ahead of time. We need to start doing that because they need access just like everybody else. So those are 2 points I would have asked about during this meeting. So I think staff has done a good job in trying to get the information together and inform our community. And I hope our community will continue to provide feedback. I do have concerns about how we're going to meet the needs of those communities where we've just established routes and that we don't seem to have a plan to continue giving them that service or even have a plan to provide equitable busing for students as we need to because we've reduced staff in that area. But I'm other than that, I understand where it's a work in progress. So thank you.
Mr. Pike.
Thank you, President Tarantino. I have some questions. Are the essential staff that we have, are they going to be reporting to work August 3rd?
So technically, all of us are essential workers. So no one will be reporting. We'll still be working remotely as of August 3rd if this plan continues the way it does.
Okay, so like the security guys and all that, they're going to be there on their campuses like they were like 2 months ago or a month ago?
Yeah, mostly we've had Dr. Gleb, you can jump in, but mostly we had our campus assistants there to help with asset protection and also helping with food delivery or food distribution.
Okay,
So
and
thank you,
John,
Dr.
the security guy, is he going to be still spearheading all this so that we don't get vandalisms and stuff like that? Yes.
We have a combination of people working on that, Mr. Pike, Dr. Geary, myself, and yes, Mr. Chakowski is part of that as far as using both our current custodial and gardening staff, as well as when school resumes, other folks for part of protecting our campuses. Okay.
And are we maintaining those buses that we haven't been using? I know my neighbor across the street, he 3 days a week, he has to go down to the elementary school and start all the buses because he said if they go bad, then it's going to cost a lot of money. So they're paying. Are we doing something similar to
that? Dr. Geary, do you know the answer to that question?
Yes, we have our mechanics coming in on a rotating basis. So they are coming in to perform the kind of the standard maintenance on them, as well as making sure that the batteries, for example, are charged or whatnot. So we do have a rotating basis for our mechanics to come in. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. then we will move on and continue the agenda as in the order that it was presented. The board members all received a copy of the DLAC report. Are there any questions or comments that we can pass along to the president, Mrs. Strada?
I just want to thank the, if you don't mind, I'll raise my hand because I don't have a raise my hand function. So I just wanted to say thank you. It was a very informative report. I really appreciated it. I appreciate the work being done by federal and special programs with our parent groups. And it was really touching that they went out, the officers of the DLAC and the DPAC were going out to honor the members of their committees by taking, special recognition out to their homes during COVID. So they did sort of a drop off of some kind of recognition flowers or balloons or something. And it was really touching. And I want to thank them for putting that personal touch on their leadership. It was very good. And I really appreciate and I look forward to more feedback from them coming down the road. And they always are welcome to email our board individually if they feel they need to share anything. They have that access to us as well, not just coming to the board meeting to report, but anytime they want to contact us, our emails are there and they can surely do it. So thank you.
I'd like to piggyback on what Mrs. Hall said. First of all, I really appreciated the inclusion of all the PowerPoint presentations that were presented at the meeting. And I was particularly impressed with the neurobiology of creativity, commitment, and motivation during distance learning by Dr. Morgan Appel, Assistant Dean of Education and Community Outreach at UC San Diego Extension. That PowerPoint, which kind of was a learning tool for what to be cognizant of and looking out for as students are immersed in distance learning. And I was wondering, is there a possibility to make that PowerPoint presentation available to our teachers and counselors and clerical staff? Because a lot of the points that were raised in that PowerPoint and the information that was given was excellent. Any other comments from board members? Dr. Janney, you were going to say something before I interrupted. No. Okay. We will move forward with the CBOC report. The board members all received a copy of the CBOC report. Are there any questions or comments that we can pass along to Chair Marinovich?
Yes, President Tarantino, I've got a comment.
Mr. Pike. Go ahead.
Okay, well, reading his own observations on page 1, and under labor union influence, he says, and I quote, "It is a bit hard to see, but this is a $5,000 donation from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. They gave to all 5 trustees as permitted by law." Well, excuse me, but Mr. Marinovich, they didn't give me 1 nickel. And I really don't appreciate you putting this type of material in the public's hands so everybody can read it, because that's baloney. I did not do that. And I actually wanted to see the project labor agreement in place because I wanted our local people to have jobs and be able to support their families. Not only that, but those people like myself, who, when I was going to college, I worked for the elevator construction, and I put in the May Company elevator. And to this day, when we go to the May Company down there, I always tell my kids, my grandkids, I put that elevator in, and it's still going. And so that's the way I feel those people would have a good feeling about working at a school where their kids is going to go to. And that's why I voted for it. But that raises a question to me, for you, Nick. How many other times have you exaggerated the facts to make your stories sound good? because I don't appreciate it, and I just want to let you know personally. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Sure.
Sure.
I'll make a comment there, Mr. President Tarantino. Yeah, so, I echo Mr. Pike's comments. It's the way that's put, it's like that labor union gave money to a board member, and obviously we can't accept money like that. So, that went to an IE that we're not aware of. So that's just part of the democratic process, and it happens on both sides of the aisle, and to make it look like we're doing favors for each other, and we're not. It's all about, we share values, and those values align with putting our local community members to work and giving our students opportunities to learn a trade, and become, earn real good jobs and become taxpayers and raise their families in our communities. It's too bad that, he's attacking us on his way out, but that's just kind of the way it is when, things aren't going his way. But anyways, and I would say when I first came on board, I used to meet with Mr. Mrnovich all the time just to kind of pick his brain about things, and I was learning things from him. But once things happened, and that kind of went the different direction, and that's too bad. He's given a lot of time, and he has given good reports, no doubt about that. He's generated some good reports and thorough, and he spent a lot of time doing that, and I appreciate that. But it's too bad it was the end of his reign as the chair. That's all I have, Mr. Tarantino.
I'd like to remind the public that the maximum donation that could be given to any individual in running for school board is $750. So I don't know where the $5,000 came from, but that would have been a campaign.
And it has to come from a community. It has to come from a person, not from an organization. So, yeah, that's just totally misleading.
Yeah, it's exactly as you had stated, Mr. Segura, that was probably given to an independent campaign, parallel campaign, of which by law we're not supposed to collaborate with. By law we're not supposed to do that. So we had no idea if in fact that did happen. We were not able to ask questions or even see that was happening. So yeah. Just to set the record straight. Mrs. Hall, it looks like you want to say something, or are you okay?
No, I wasn't going to spend time on, but I thank all you, Kevin and Nick, for putting your information out there to straighten out the record. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are moving to public communication on non-agenda items. This is, I understand that there's about 14 requests to speak. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to your matters that are not posted on the public agenda, but will refer matters to the superintendent's office for review and report. Madam Clerk, will you begin reading the public comments?
Yes, the first comments are from Allison Mendoza. My name is Allison Mendoza, a math teacher from Montgomery High School. I am also Harvard class of 2014 doctoral student, classroom design coach for 35 teachers in classrooms, NIMSY coordinator, PLC lead, senior class advisor, raising $23,000 this year, and one of the many to receive a layoff notice due to the district's reduction in force. I am number 333 on the seniority list and the most senior math teacher to receive a layoff. While I am a seniority number to the district and another name on a cut list to help balance the budget, my colleagues and administrators describe me as an irreplaceable presence to the students and staff at Montgomery, serving as much more than a math teacher. My position as the most senior math teacher in the district to receive a layoff notice, combined with the fact that my layoff has not been rescinded, means the district has yet to rescind a single math layoff notice since initial notices in March. My involvement in the RIF hearing illuminated that the district cites declining enrollment and unconfirmed middle school beginnings in the Chula Vista Elementary District as the only two reasons for so many layoffs. 0 management positions have been cut. The lack of cuts to management is inconsistent with the district's claim that enrollment numbers are so low as to be the sole cause in cutting over 200 teachers. If our schools' enrollments are so low, why does the number of administrators remain unchanged for schools with such depleted enrollments? The excessive teacher cuts appear to be a band-aid solution to the budget problem rather than a decision based on enrollment alone. I have emerged as a teacher leader who has done much work to improve the practices of my more senior colleagues. Teachers like me are the ones being cut in volumes that are disproportionate to the true enrollment numbers and ability of the district to find alternative solutions. In addition, in the middle of a global pandemic, we lose health insurance June 30th as the union and district fail to compromise on extending benefits or any other agreements throughout months of negotiations. The stubbornness on both sides leaves teachers like me to suffer from a prolonged stalemate. As a board member with the power to make a difference, I ask you to consider the direct negative impact that cutting teachers like me has on students. Think of the volume of requests I receive for letters of recommendation where a teacher can sign off as a Harvard graduate and Division I champion athlete, recommending them for college, career, and scholarships. Taking a teacher like me away removes this resource to students who deserve access to equitable opportunities. Reconsider the number of cuts. Enrollment shows the RIF is excessive and detrimental to students, and there are alternative options. Even the saving of one math teacher makes a huge difference in my life and is directly controlled by your decisions on the school board. The next comments are from Andrea Giordano-Rink. Reduction in force. Our motto is supposed to be put in students first. No matter what financial issues we are facing, going through with the reduction of teachers is not what is best for students. I can only speak about the teachers that we lost at San Ysidro High, but if the reduction is anywhere close to what we are going to deal with, it will decimate programs and student well-being. Some of the best hardworking teachers at my site are being let go or moved. The culture, the programs, the trust that have been built with these teachers in place is what students need now more than ever. This requires a perspective change. As a parent or student, how am I supposed to entrust my child to a place that is getting rid of that teacher who has made such a difference in the lives of my friends or siblings' children? I have taught in Sweetwater for 28 years, and I graduated from Chula Vista Junior and High. In those 34 years, I have been proud to be a part of this community and family. I now feel a bit of shame when I tell people where I work, and I despise that I no longer am assured in my heart or my mind that our students are getting our best. You must fix this. Please allow us to go back to the faculty that we had last year. Find a way to do it, period. Thank you for your attention. The next comments are from Brian Fishbane. Good evening, Dr. Gianni and board members. My name is Brian Fishbane, and I teach Human Geography at Eastlake High, a course I would like to speak to you about tonight. I have taught this course since I was hired in 2015. This was an exciting time to join the district as a social studies teacher, as this course had just been developed and had begun being taught at several schools around the district, but not Eastlake. As a new teacher just trying to navigate 3 preps and adjust to a new workload, I went along with what my experienced colleagues were doing with geography on our campus. However, I quickly grew frustrated with the old course as it did nothing more than train our students to memorize the names of countries and landmarks. Where was the critical thinking? Where was the evaluation of the problems facing our world? Where was the relevance to our students' lives? How was this ever going to be useful to them? I decided it was time to take a look at the new curriculum and quickly saw that what had been developed by volunteer teachers in this district was far superior to what we were doing at Eastlake. It took on real-world problems, exposed students to diverse perspectives, asked them to write, and challenged them to envision a world fairer, more sustainable, and better than the one we live in today. Despite being hesitant at putting my 3 months of experience up against the 70+ years of collective experience my PLC mates had, I switched to the new curriculum. In the following 4 years, I was fortunate enough to teach the new course each year. Our department convinced our site's administration to transition Eastlake to the new course in fall 2017. Finally, all of Eastlake students would be exposed to a robust geography curriculum that would expose them to the knowledge and critical thinking skills necessary to tackle so many of the problems our community, country, and world are facing today. I am extremely confident that those students who engaged with this course are able to geographically analyze the coronavirus pandemic in complex ways that create solutions. Imagine the questions they can answer. Where is San Ysidro, National City, and why are San Ysidro, National City, and West Chula Vista facing worse outbreaks than other parts of San Diego County? Why do policies need to be different at the national, state, and local levels? Why does social distancing, an inherently geographic act, work so well? Sweetwater should be proud that it produced a course that activates this type of thinking, and extremely proud of the students who have mastered these skills. Unfortunately, geography is facing deprioritization, as this course has been slashed again to a single semester at both Montgomery High and my own campus for fall 2020. Our administrators have stated the reasons for this are complex, but our students are the ones who will suffer. This course, which again is the fruit of many volunteer teachers and the complementary work of Dr. Tom Herman at San Diego State, challenges students to think about our society's biggest problems, including diversity and public health, but it cannot be offered to all of our students. This is not equity, this is not inclusion, and this is not fair. I encourage you to take a careful look at what this course has to offer. Once you do, I hope you will all agree that it should be on the class schedule for every ninth grader in Sweetwater. As the leaders of this district, I hope that you will prioritize the needs of our students and ensure that all future ninth graders are able to take a full year of human geography. The next comments are from Jose Avina. Hello, I want to take the time to share my son's experience in the Learning Center. My son had IEP curriculum with about 65% services while he was in traditional school, though he was passing all classes. I was told that it would be better for him to move to Learning Center to recover some credits that he needed, but I was not explained that his services would drop to 3%. Why would anyone suggest to move an IEP student to Learning Center when the student does not have the learning criteria to be able to learn interdependently and be in a classroom for only 2 hours? My son was doing better in a group setting with direct instruction. I tried seeking help once my son was in the Learning Center, but no one would help. I had to go to a district meeting of psychologists to finally get some attention from the Hilltop High School psychologist. By now, my son had several months struggling with his independent studying, and he was having a psychological breakdown of frustration because he was not able to cope with the new method of learning and hardly any social interaction. Finally, I was able to get his counselor, his current teacher, 2 previous teachers, and the school psychologist in a meeting. In short, the only people in that room that really wanted to help were the teachers. Even the principal was called. She was on speakerphone, and she did not put any effort to help my son. Mrs. Espinosa, Miss Rondow, and Miss Whitehead are superstars. They worked with my son independently to help him with all his schoolwork on their own time, after school, by phone, and email, because they knew my son had no chance of graduating if he did not go back to traditional school with all the services, a group setting, and direct instruction. I am writing this because this scenario was not pleasant for my son, and no child should go through not having the correct services to become successful in life. If the school district would like to help kids, then more services and teachers are needed. Teachers are the ones working directly with the future of this world. Great teachers, great future for our kids. The next comments are from Kathleen Shears. These comments are in response to the last board meeting's several topics covered in agenda item F3. Mr. Segura, Ms. Hall, you were part of decision-making to cut librarians and learning center reductions. Now it seems you want to be perceived as heroes in disagreeing with these budget cuts. Let me ask, what are your recommendations? Business 101 teaches leaders don't simply say no, they offer alternatives. Where do you think the cuts should be made? Details, please. Dr. Fulcher, Mrs. Hall called you out by name several times, inferring you are failing to do your job. Evidently, she thinks you are responsible for communication translations and IT issues during teleconferencing. Dummy me, I thought we had a communication department and IT department. Does she too expect you to clean your own office? Ironic, as chair of the audit subcommittee for 5+ years, she refuses to take any responsibility for the deficit failure. Ms. Hall, you question the lack of Black employees, then we listen to you single out Dr. Fulcher over and over and over again in what many in this community identified as an attempted character assassination. Stop carrying water for malcontents. Stop with the Trump-like innuendos. Your allegiance must be to our students and community versus the labor bosses you strive so hard to please. If Dr. Fulcher was giving you your aquatic center, he might be treated respectfully. I recall the head of the NAACP comments 5 years ago, questioning a lack of Black leadership. Now a couple of you want Dr. Fulcher gone and our Equities Culture Department eliminated. It is crystal clear that department is very much needed. Ms. Hall, you never answered the question Sweetwater Black employees asked you. Where have you been? Instead, you quote a headline about police officers in the state versus raising relevant Black student employee issues. Implying all police officers are bad. I beg to differ, as we have a retired officer of the highest integrity as a fellow trustee. You couldn't even remember George Floyd's name. And wasn't it you who 2 board meetings ago insisted the Mar Vistas have an SRO because they are close to the beach? Are you equating surfers and beautiful IB to high crime? In closing, there is truth to together we stand, divided we fall. I know of 3 key players, 2 on the dais and 1 watching, who consider themselves the puppet masters. Let me be clear, this is no circus. Ask the 2 previous superintendents and board. The next comments are from Katina Rondow. My district representative is Kevin Pike, and his efforts as a trustee are an embarrassment. Pike rarely contributes anything substantial, and at best he paraphrases what others may have already said. I don't think Kevin Pike has ever done research on an agenda item, or at least I've never seen him pull an item from the agenda to speak on. I thought for sure he might have a little bit more to contribute at the last meeting, but no, he offered nothing. I didn't hear much from him at the last board meeting, and we couldn't even see him. His camera was off. Pike always votes the same as Mr. Tarantino. Perhaps this is why he has no reason to offer anything or be an independent thinker. Typically, you have Hall, Segura, and Tarantino pull items from the agenda. At the last board meeting, Hall was asking clarifying questions regarding internet access. At one point, Pike tells her, "You asked too many questions." Ms. Hall didn't let it slide and advocated for herself. It is the job of trustees to ask questions, to challenge ideas for the sake of the greater good of this community. Pike, you addressed Paula Hall publicly. This community holds you accountable for it, and a public apology should be forthcoming. Perhaps what I'm upset about most, other than Pike being a stagnant trustee, is that Paula Hall is the only female on that board. I don't think he's ever addressed any other trustee like that. Pike needs to step up or step out. The next comments are from Kelly Leone. Good evening, Dr. Janney and school board. First, I would like to commend the board this evening for voting on and hopefully adopting the resolution in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. At such a critical time in our nation's history, it seems imperative that our district acknowledge and ultimately act upon the systemic injustices that have existed and continue to exist in our nation, our community, and yes, even our schools. It is on the subject of our schools, and more specifically our curriculum, that I write these comments tonight. As you probably remember, a few years ago, I worked in the curriculum department and was part of a group of teachers that redesigned our approach to 9th grade geography, together with Dr. Herman from the California Geographic Alliance and the California Global Education Project. At the center of our redesign was equity. We wanted all South Bay students to engage with the discipline of geography in robust and thought-provoking ways. We knew some students would take AP Human Geography, but we believed that geography could be a powerful discipline for all students. In fact, my own PhD research this past year has led me to believe that, when taught well, geography can be particularly relevant and meaningful for the students who feel most alienated from their education. Unfortunately, geography is a misunderstood subject. Many of our board members, administrators, and teachers might hold boring recollections of their own geography experience in school. Rest assured, this is not the geography we designed for our Sweetwater students. Sweetwater's 9th graders are using the discipline of geography to better comprehend their own positionality in the world, their community, and the larger world. I know many of the board members saw this on display when they attended our district-wide student conference on issues of personal, local, and global significance the past 2 years. It is my view that Sweetwater's diverse learners are extremely well positioned to interact with geography in ways that both recognize and reaffirm their unique and complex identities. In this course, students are asked to think deeply about topics that matter today and will matter in the future. When students are able to use geographic thinking, they are better able to understand and act on a whole host of issues that affect them personally and affect all of us as a community. Thinking geographically helps students analyze, critique, and ultimately encourages action on racial and economic injustice. Without a geographic perspective, understanding language rights, the climate crisis, or community development falls short. Students in our district are learning to ask and answer questions related to human rights, migration, sustainability, culture, economics, and political systems. I am proud of the fact that Sweetwater continues to provide this meaningful discipline for most ninth graders. Unfortunately, due to shifting PD structures and a new financial reality, much of this ongoing work in further developing our abilities to teach geography has happened on teachers' own time. This isn't right, but I think it shows the resolve of my colleagues and their commitment to serve Sweetwater students. It is because of this work and because of what this discipline can do for young people, especially those most marginalized, that I was disappointed to hear at least 2 school sites, Montgomery High and Eastlake High, are going to afford only 1 semester of geography to their ninth graders in the fall. Sure, the AP students will continue to get their full year, but not the majority of ninth graders at these sites. This, I believe, negatively impacts individual students and our attempts at providing equitable opportunities for kids. I am encouraging our district to revisit this with admin and help ensure all schools work to get us back on track to our intention of developing a more geographically informed populace. The next comments are from Kimberly Esparza. Dear board members, I am speaking on behalf of the profession of the teacher librarians in Sweetwater. We are now in our last moments of holding out hope that our students will be able to continue to benefit from having a fully functioning library staffed with a professional certificated teacher librarian at each school site. I read the judge's decision on the matter and want to point out that the district's proposal to not offer the same services performed by the terminated employees is exactly the problem with eliminating this profession. Without teacher librarians at the elementary districts performing these services, which should be referred to as teaching, English language arts scores are below standard across the area. As a reminder, here are the statistics. Literacy rates of feeder elementary districts, data found at California School Dashboard by the California Department of Ed. In the Chula Vista Elementary District, 15 out of 41 schools, or 27%, are below standard in ELA. Out of those 15 schools, 12 schools are west of the 805, 1 is in Bonita, and the other 2 are south of Maple Street, very close to the 805. I point this out to show the disparity in areas. In National City, the entire district rates 20.6 points below standard in ELA. 9 out of the 10 schools, or 90%, are below standard in ELA. In San Ysidro, 3 of their 5 schools are on the lowest performing schools list in the state of California. As a district, they are 28.6 points below standard in ELA. All 5 schools, 100%, are below standard in ELA. In South Bay, the district rates 53.1 points below standard in ELA. 9 out of 9 schools, 100%, are below standard in ELA. Dr. Glover has expressed his opinion that the elementary districts in our area function successfully without certificated school librarians. The research and statistics do not support this. Due to the literacy rates of our feeder schools and their lack of library resources, we are perpetuating a systemic problem by closing libraries and limiting access. I hope and pray that you speak up to take the teacher librarians off of the resolution so that all students in the Sweetwater area can benefit from having access to a library. At this point in time, it is especially essential that our racial and ethnic minority students and socioeconomically challenged students have every support possible to help them succeed socially, emotionally, and academically. The next comments are from Christina Lopez. Dear members of the board, the Sweetwater Union High School teacher librarians are reaching out to you to thank you for taking the time to meet with us regarding how the detrimental impact of eliminating library positions would adversely impact our students and our school communities. The district is only seeing our positions as a line item in their budget and do not understand the dire consequences that will occur should our positions be eliminated. We wanted to remind you of the following consequences our district will face should librarians be eliminated from the district. The district's plan, according to Dr. Glover, is to eliminate any librarian duties that cannot be given to library techs to do or the assistant principals in charge of the library to do. It is naive of the district to think that the most important and specialized of librarian duties will either cease to exist or be handed to untrained, unspecialized staff to perform. For librarians that understand and do these very specialized tasks, the outcome will be absolute chaos. Students deserve equitable access to instructional materials. Due to COVID-19, most textbooks in our district have not been properly checked in yet, thus proper inventory of current textbooks has not been done. Teacher librarians place orders in July to ensure schools have a sufficient number of textbooks for all students to ensure Williams compliance each year. By cutting librarians, this will not be done this year. It was mentioned by the district that an assistant principal would do the Williams report. The Williams report occurs after librarians do the hard work of ensuring that schools are Williams compliant. Who will do that work? Order the textbooks and make sure the ordering is reflective of the evolving master schedule and fluxes in student enrollment. Library techs and assistant principals do not have knowledge of textbook inventory and analysis reflective of the master schedule, including knowledge of appropriate vendors in which to place these orders. Students deserve equitable access to a relevant library program. Students deserve a library program that is facilitated under the specialty of a credentialed librarian and not just any credentialed librarian, someone who knows the unique needs of their school, their students, and their teachers. Students deserve access to a quality library collection that keeps evolving as needs evolve. Librarians are the only personnel that can continue to manage and develop a current, up-to-date collection for students and teachers. A library tech and the assistant principal are not credentialed to create a library collection. Students deserve equitable access to the physical and virtual library space and to the professional services of a credentialed librarian. The time to act is now. Your voice matters in the lives of the students of Sweetwater. When the districts ask you to vote to approve the budget, which includes the RIFs and elimination of PKS, the entire teacher librarian profession, please remember the community that you serve and how they will be affected by the elimination of teacher librarians. Without librarians staffing our libraries, our community will be a book desert. Librarians develop physical and ebook collections for our students. Ed Code 44949, Section 3, subsection C states that the governing board shall make the final determination as to the sufficiency of the cause and disposition. None of the findings, recommendations, and determinations contained in the proposed decision prepared by the administrative law judge shall be binding on the governing board. Use your voice, and the power of that Ed Code, subsection C, gives you as a board member to reject this resolution as it stands to protect library services for the students of Sweetwater. The next comments are from Maddie Adato. Hello, board members. I listened to the last board meeting and was very troubled by the comments made by some board members during your board communication. Ms. Hall, you ripped into Dr. Fulcher, inferring he was not doing his job regarding correspondence not being translated. However, it is my understanding we have a department in the district office that does that. My question to you is, why would you intentionally try and humiliate Dr. Fulcher? Although I may not agree with Dr. Fulcher on many issues, my dealings with him have always been professional, and he is very good at his job. On the other hand, Ms. Hall, you are not very good at yours. You have portrayed yourself to be someone who truly cares about our Black students. However, up until now, when have you ever asked about their achievements, testing, or dropout rate? This question also goes to Mr. Segura, who is always focused on our Hispanic student achievement. In the 5 years, I do not recall either of you ever asking about our Black student population. Why now? Is it because now it is on your political agenda? It is very frustrating as a member of this community to hear what is politically correct instead of always doing what is in the best interest of every student. Ms. Hall, is it because your lawyer friend wrote that in the speech you read? Yes, we can tell when you have someone pre-write your speeches. It is very noticeable. Also, how dare you infer as a board member so negatively on the police department? Shame on you. Now on to another issue concerning some other comments made during board discussion. Mr. Segura and Ms. Hall, why are you trying to come to the rescue of the learning centers and librarians now? Why didn't you speak up when this item was first on the agenda many months ago? Why didn't you question staff in your audit subcommittee meetings? Why now? Why don't you ask questions regarding how this is going to affect students? Why don't you stand up for students and staff before voting? Why for the both of you is it always after the fact? You had student after student indicating that the learning centers were their lifeline. Many cried at the podium, and both of you sat quiet and voted. Shame on you. The next comments are from Morgan Clark. I am a RIFT teacher in the district. I have spoken and written in during distance learning for several board meetings since I became a tenured teacher. I have watched as hundreds of people stood in front of you to request that you actually put students first. Instead, you vote time and time again to save yourselves and your friends from the embarrassment of having their incompetence revealed. Not only has this hurt teachers like me who are living in the most uncertain times in recent memory, but you are hurting our students. We stood before you and told you that our socioeconomically disadvantaged students would be hurt by discontinuing the one-to-one device program, yet you did it anyway. We told you that RIFs would hurt the students in the programs and clubs that new teachers run at every campus in the district, and you did it anyway. We told you that cutting librarians would hurt our students who need extra help or a safe place to spend their lunch, and you did it anyway. We told you that students who struggle to complete credits would be hurt by discontinuing the learning centers, and you did it anyway. At this point, I don't even know what to say to help you understand the harm you are doing and continue to do to our students. At this point, I understand that whatever I say will be ignored in favor of your own personal interests. But still, I'll try one last time. If you really care about our students, you would quit your jobs and let someone more qualified take over. Barring that, you need to rescind all RIFs and reinstate the Learning Center, TOSAs, and librarians because we need them more than ever. And that's the only thing we'll accept to prove you're actually listening. The next comments are from Nick Marinovich. Good evening again. Just when you thought you would get rid of me. I am a founding member of San Diego Schools, an advocacy group established to help parents make their voices heard in improving education for their kids in our county. Our goal is to improve transparency, accountability, and equity in the school districts throughout San Diego County. All schools are working on plans to reopen in the fall. Right now, there is nothing more important to parents than how their district handles this process. Parents need to have a voice in how that is done. Our mission is to provide assistance and advocate on behalf of involved parents as they deal with issues regarding the quality of their child's education. What is best for our kids needs to come first in every decision made. The volunteers at San Diego Schools can provide information to parents to help them better understand how their school district operates, how to get involved with their district to make things better, and how to get the most value for their students' education. We will have community-based learning opportunities such as webinars, Zoom meetings, and discussions on diverse topics. What is the role of a DPAC? And how does the LCAP process give us input on funding in our schools? We hope that parents will gain a more nuanced understanding of how education works in their community to help them participate in that process. We have established a website at sanDiegoSchools.net intended to act as a central hub for information, giving parents and students the ability to find answers and resolve problems. Please visit our site, sanDiegoSchools.net, and sign up on our email list to receive announcements regarding upcoming events and activities. At San Diego Schools, we believe that putting kids first should be the first priority in education. Taking off my San Diego Schools hat and now just a citizen, my parting advice to you is never to forget how you got here, who you serve, and in the short time you have here to make a positive difference. How you choose to spend those bond dollars will be one of your lasting legacies well beyond your service on the board. The next comments are from Stephanie Hubner. Good evening, board members and Dr. Gianni. I would first like to start by formally thanking the SEA bargaining team for their work. Thank you for representing all of the RIFT and members of PKS whose professions were eliminated entirely, like the teacher librarians. We appreciate you. It's been a long road of deliberation and questioning, misinformation, and lack of clarity. But this week, the district will ask you, board members, to vote to continue with the elimination of PKS and RIFs. You have the power to stop this from happening with your vote. Your voice matters. Do not leave the students, teachers, and administrators of Sweetwater stranded without their teacher librarians. The time has come to stand up for what's right for the people in your community. The district made a desperate move to try to gain the upper ground by laying off people on the front lines. Not one cut from the top was made. Now the students of Sweetwater will suffer in distance learning and when we return to school. This isn't right, but only you board members have the power to stop this. Remember your dedication and service to the communities where you live. Let the district know that you stand with the people of your community and that you will not let them live without services that provide equity and bridge the divide. Without teacher librarians, everyone suffers. Reject the current resolution and demand modifications. You as the board have the power to do this. On behalf of the students and staff of Sweetwater, thank you for your support, Ms. Hall, Mr. Solis, Mr. Segura, Mr. Tarantina, and Mr. Pike. The next comments are from Dr. Thomas Herman. Good evening, Dr. Gianni and esteemed members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I appreciate all you are doing to support the students of the district, the importance of which is made more evident by the difficult circumstances of 2020. I am encouraged by your adept responses to the COVID-19 and racial equity crisis that are affecting us all. These comments continue my own efforts to help assure that Sweetwater students receive a meaningful and empowering education. My particular contribution is to support geography education. I'm proud to have worked with Sweetwater educators over 6 years to redesign and implement a cutting-edge geography course for all 9th graders. Sweetwater's Geography and Global Issues course has made the district a standout in the state and also a sought-after partner for academic institutions and national organizations. Like so many of your teachers, these partners know that students need to see that their education will help them to understand and respond to the social and environmental challenges that are important in their lives. Relevance and applicability to their priorities is needed to generate a deep investment into the enterprise of learning. And today's students' concerns manifest in local, national, and global contexts. Geography is a powerful lens through which students can locate themselves in the American and human stories and deconstruct the ways in which our society is organized. When we say education makes it possible for students to create a better world, we are talking explicitly about geography, a world without the spatial segregation that reflects inequalities and bias, and a world where environmental degradation is halted so we finally make progress towards sustainability. Geography helps us assess where we are now and gives us the tools to bring about alternate futures. When I speak around the state and country about what Sweetwater is doing to give all of its students, not just those who take AP courses, an opportunity to explore the discipline of geography, I do so with pleasure and pride. The World Geography and Global Issues course is an outstanding example of close alignment with the state's history social science framework for instruction. The course exemplifies how formal education can escape the limitations of the school setting and extend directly into the real-world issues of environmental sustainability, social cohesion, and economic competitiveness. It is a healthy dose of what education badly needs if it is to stay engaged with the rapidly evolving world in which we live, and geography opens pathways to college, career, and powerful civic participation. I am submitting comments today because I have heard that there are practical matters that are affecting the delivery of the geography course for students at some of your campuses. I urge you to recognize the cutting-edge relevance of this course and find a way to maintain a full year of geography at all sites for the benefits of your students and our common future. Thank you. The next comments are from Trevor Angood. Good evening, my name is Trevor Angood, formerly Eastlake High School's teacher librarian and an alum of Eastlake's class of 2002, sorry. This marks my 4th time speaking in front of this board in the last 6 months. These comments will serve as a simple and precise reminder of this governing board's options in the future consideration of the reduction of particular kinds of service resolution now that Judge Levy has submitted his opinion. Ed Code 44949, Section 3, subsection C states that, quote, the governing board shall make the final determination as to the sufficiency of the cause and disposition. None of the findings, recommendations, or determinations contained in the proposed decision prepared by the administrative law judge shall be binding on the governing board, end quote. Simply put, you as board members have the power and authority to accept, reject, or modify the judge's ruling during the reconsideration of the resolution. Reject the resolution now as it stands. Modify it to reinstate teacher librarians to support students, teachers, administration, and the greater community during this unprecedented time. Accept a resolution that includes this reinstatement of teacher librarians. Doing so will continue your efforts of putting students first as you prepare to start a school year unlike any other. Thank you. There are no further comments. You're muted, Mr. Tarantino. That time you really were.
That time I really were. Okay, no further comments. We will move to the formation and approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled. Item F3 by staff, item F7 by Mr. Tarantino, item H1 by Mrs. Hall, item H2 by Mrs. Hall and Mr. Tarantino, item H3 by Mrs. Hall, item H4 by Mrs. Hall, item H5 by Mrs. Hall, item L3 by Mrs. Hall, item N2 by the public, item O2 by Mrs. Hall, and item Q6 by the public.
Okay, I will withdraw my poll for F7, and I don't. Did you say, Madam Clerk, that I pulled H2?
Yes, sir.
I meant to pull. I think I meant to pull. Hold on a minute. I meant to pull H3, not H2. Okay.
Okay.
So I am not pulling H2, or I'm not pulling F7.
Okay.
But I am pulling H3.
Got it.
So let me go through and make sure that I have it correct. F3 is pulled by staff, and H1 is pulled by Mrs. Hall, H2 by Mrs. Hall, H3 by Mrs. Hall and myself, H4 by Mrs. Hall, H5 by Mrs. Hall, L3 by Mrs. Hall, and N2 by the public.
And O2 by Mrs. Hall.
And O2 by Mrs. Hall, yes. I didn't
And
read down far
Q6
enough.
by the public.
I apologize. And Q6 by the public? Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
It's on page 2.
All right. So with that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Solis, seconded by Pike. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
I was seeing if Ethan was still on. I don't see him still on. Okay, thank you. Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Item F3, and that is a report for the board. This is the opportunity for requests for information and policy direction to staff, as well as board communication. Who would like to go first? Well, I can go first. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Mariana Gomez and the counselor on special assignment, Dina Donato Palmore, and members of the support clerical staff for orchestrating and making sure that the drive-through ceremony for seniors in transition, which was held on June 13th, was a success. There were a number of students and their parents that drove through the south parking lot and received senior congratulation bags that contained a variety of materials that would help them, that first of all congratulated them for their achievement and designed to help them in their post-secondary endeavors. Second, I'd like to congratulate the 100 graduates from the Mac Community Charter School. It was a virtual ceremony that was conducted well, I don't remember the date, but anyway, it was conducted and thanks to Director Tommy Ramirez. This was the 18th graduating class of the Mac Community Charter School. And although it was a virtual event, it contained all the elements that make the in-person Mac graduation so special. Congratulations to the faculty and staff of the Mac Community Charter School, as well as the members of the class of 2020. That's all I have.
I'll go, Mr. Tarantino.
Okay, Mr. Segura.
So mine's short today. I have no ask. I'd just like to report that I did have conference calls, Zoom calls with Assemblymember Top Gloria, as well as Congressman Juan Vargas, along with Paul Hall. We were just advocating for all the things that we are looking for in the budget. Flexibility, more money, all the, more money for COVID, so we could reopen up safely, expressing those, and reminding everybody that our fall semester is August 3rd, which is really soon, and just keeping them aware of that. And most of the reporting back was positive, and they understand where we're coming from. And I know Congressman Vargas expressed his concerns, and as well as I did, and Paula, about the loss of learning and how we're going to address that, and how that affects our students that are live in socioeconomic disadvantaged communities. And but we had a real good conversation, and hopefully that'll help with all the work that other board members and the district staff is doing to hopefully get us stay even with what we were expecting, and which is still not enough, but see what happens. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your advocacy, as well as Mrs. Hall. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Pike.
Are we doing any kind of testing for the district? Are there the employees? Is there testing going on, or how do we go about like entering and exiting the office areas and stuff like that? Do they take your temperatures? I'm just kind of curious as to how that works.
Dr. Janney.
Yeah, sorry. Can we have Dr. Glover talk? I mean, we've sent out memos to the schools, and Dr. Glover respond to that.
Yes, as it stands right now, we have a self-questionnaire for our staff as a report. We don't currently have the thermometers available for all of our sites, but it's a self-questionnaire along with a lot of advocacy for all the usual things you hear about, like hand washing and staying safe and socially distant. There are places on our campuses where you're not going to see signs advocating for social distancing and safe and healthy practices.
Thank you. That explains it.
Anybody else? Okay. We will go ahead and move on to the next item, which is H1, which is to approve a positive vote of confidence of the charter for the Mac Community Charter School. And that was pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. So I'm wondering why this is like this, because normally we get a charter. I don't know. This is really different from what I'm used to seeing when we approve a charter or we approve a renewal of the charter. So why is this coming to us like this?
Is that your only question? You want to start with that question first? That would be Dr. Fulcher.
All right, thanks. Appreciate the question. The primary reason that it's coming to you in this fashion is because the circumstances around public schooling are so different now than they were last year and previous years. With school closures, I was advised by our outside external attorney, who's no longer representing the district, that we could relax the timeframes. And I think there's been some debate around that recently, but that's what was shared with me initially. So we got the consent with the MAC charter officials to extend it beyond the 60 days. We extended it for another 30 days, the petition process. And then after consulting with the external attorney, she made it clear to me that we could, because of the school closures and the shutdown across the state, we could relax the timelines and timeframes. Again, that's still being debated, but that's the primary reason why you see this coming in the fashion it is today.
Any further questions or?
I'm trying to wrap my mind around what was just said,
Okay.
but I won't follow up here with any more questions. I would like to see a report on when the last time a physical visit was made to this school, and
You're muted.
You're cutting out, Mrs. Hall.
so that I'd like to have a report. You can send it in a Friday update. The last visit, physical visit and annual review that was done on all our charters, each charter. We don't have that many. So if we could get a report on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I'd also like to see what the attorney said. So if Mr. Fulcher would, or Dr. Fulcher could share that with the board, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Solis.
Thank you, President Tarantino. Just the only question I have with this item is with regards to the date that's on there for July, because then there would be a lapse in their charter. Is it possible to change it to where it says that because of COVID or whatnot, if we can, it goes with their charter. We're accepting this with the last day of their charter, so they don't have a lapse in charter time.
Dr. Fulcher,
Is that even legal? Is that even legal? I mean, can we do that? Backdate it? It doesn't, I think our general counsel needs to advise us on that before we go changing dates.
General counsel?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Hall and Mr. Solis. That absolutely is the appropriate course of action here. By operation of law, the charter was renewed on March 17th, 2020. And I think it was just a typo on the board item. I believe that March 17th, 2020 is the term that would have started the MAC, and it should run through March 16th, 2025. We'll be able to handle that more fully in the operational charters and when we bring back charter petitions, as Dr. Fulcher has set forth in this item.
Okay, yeah, with that, I'd like to approve with that correction. That's my motion.
Okay. It's been moved to approve with the correction of the dates that are included in the item. Moved by Solis, and I didn't catch the second.
Nick.
Mr. Segura. Okay. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item on the agenda is H2, which is to approve or ratify the addition of Club Excite as an additional non-public agency for students requiring services per their IEP or by legal agreement for the period of May 1, 2020 through June 30, 2020. Mrs. Hall.
So it's only for a month? That's all we're approving this for, 1 month?
Yes, it is just for a month. We'll be bringing back an updated list of non-public schools and non-public agencies at the beginning of the next fiscal year. This service was agreed on in an IEP meeting, and we didn't have this organization, this agency included on our list of agencies that support our students with IEPs. So it's just until the end of this fiscal year, and if the services continue, we will add them to the list of names and organizations that we bring forward next year.
Okay. I pulled this one because I thought it went with another one under this item that has it has more of the non-public agency agreements that we're approving. Isn't that on this board item?
That's item H3. That's the ones for next fiscal year.
Yeah, so I guess my whole point of pulling him wasn't really to point out the date, because that just jumped out of me right now. It was just to ask how we follow up on whether or not these providers are doing good work and how we keep our finger on the pulse of how those services are going for our students. How does that happen? Can you give us a report on that, please? Maybe in a Friday update. So I don't need to pull both of these. I just wanted to ask that question. I'd like to have a report on, do you have teachers, a team of teachers that go out and visit these providers and assess how they're doing and whether or not they're following through with some of the work that is in the IEPs for these students, how that works? I kind of would like to have a report on that. So if you would do that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, if there's no further questions or
I'll make
comments
a motion to approve it. H2.
Moved by Mrs. Hall, seconded by Mr. Solis. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Ike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to H3, and Mrs. Hall has withdrawn her poll, but I have pulled it. And I had a question regarding the superintendent's recommendation. It says, approve the district's intent to enter into contracts for certified and non-certified non-public. What's the meaning of non-certified in this context?
Oh, I appreciate the question. That's a good catch. We have a number of services that are provided for our students within the state of California. Rarely, and on occasion, there is no program in California that can adequately meet the needs of our students. So as a result of that, we need to make some arrangements for an out-of-state placement. Usually those out-of-state placements have a conditional waiver that accompanies them from CDE, or California Department of Education, which is the case for this institution. I know about this institution because in my previous district, we had a student who attended the same place, and they have a unique set of services they provide for students who have a great deal of difficulty being served in a public setting. I won't talk a whole lot about what those are because we don't have a lot of kids in that program, and that person could be easily identified. So this program has been sanctioned and certified by its state, as well as the adjoining states where the program is located. We have a conditional acceptance and waiver for California, which means that we have to visit this program pretty routinely to make sure that the students' needs are being met. And not only that, we endorse and encourage the parents to visit the program as well. Ideally, the student would return to our district at some point, but in this case, and in this program, it normally takes considerable time before they're ready to return to a public facility or institution.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fulcher. I appreciate that explanation. It just sounded like, oh my God, it's not certified. So what does that mean? Is there liability associated with it and all that other stuff? But given that, I will move approval of H3. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Tarantino, seconded by Hall. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Ike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item on the agenda is H4, approve of the amendment to the MOU with Hawking Steam Charter School for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30, 2021. And that was pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Correct. I wanted to know it. So on this item that's attached, it says on section 711, it's number 2 on the amendment. It says it's modified to update district responsible party as Dr. Fulcher. So is this more of a fiscal memorandum so that the funds are it's more, it has more to do with the financial operation and the payment of monies owed for their payroll and that sort of thing? Is that what this is about?
So I'm gonna also ask Ms. Garbuccia to weigh in on this. This item she graciously supported and helped work on. Last year, the liaison was Diana Carberry. I think it was last year or the year before. We haven't updated that language. And so as the charter liaison, my name needed to be added. There won't be any, of course, movement forward on some of the MOU related items until all the responsible parties, appropriate parties have been consulted. And in some cases, it may mean IT needs to weigh in, nutrition services, our fiscal department and office, or there could be some conversation needed with maintenance and planning. So although I'm the liaison, I still need to ensure that all those different departments weigh in before the MOU is completed and goes forward. Ms. Garbuccia, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, Ms. Hall, yes, we do an operational MOU that runs coterminous with the agreement. So it runs for Hawkins the entire 5 years of their term. Annually, if we need to update any terms specific to it as it relates to the operational functions, which is what you're asking about, we have the right to bring forward an amendment. Otherwise, what happens if we're just updating the menu of services, such as Dr. Fulcher talked about, what IT does, what human resource does, what finance does, then that's just something we internally do as staff. This year, like last year, we did bring an amendment forward. Last year's amendment also said Dr. Fulcher was the point person. The major change, though, we wanted this year was to ensure the change from the 30 days from the 45 days to the 30 days for the ability to pull funds, which is something that our fiscal internal controls need to have. And then the second piece with that really was ensuring that since their charter has passed, a number of laws have changed related to transparency, such as Brown Act 700 forms, others that charters now have to comply with. And so we're adding that language there. So that really was this piece for Hawkins, as opposed to needing to draft a new MOU annually.
Okay, so do we do their payroll? What, do you know that answer? I'm just curious.
I don't think so.
Aren't they independent of us? They're
with
independent fiscally, right?
Yes, the only service that we provide them, and you can see it in there, is that the operational oversight. Unlike our other charter, this is one that they are very independent in those functions, especially now that they're not on our facilities.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. So I was kind of wondering why we would be charging them anything, but now I get it. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Then I will entertain a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Hall, seconded by Segura. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Ike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item is item H5, which is to authorize staff to negotiate and execute an MOU with Mac Community Charter School to run coterminously with their charter. Pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Yeah, so there's nothing, this is just giving, I would hope that it would be our general counsel that works with you on this, Dr. Fulcher, rather than outside counsel. And that's all I'm going to say. I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Hall, seconded by Solis. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving forward to L3, the approval of the appointment of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee members as follows. Jeffrey Wilderson, at-large member, whose term is July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023, and Michael Hazlett, parent of a child enrolled in the district, whose term will run from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023. Pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Yes, I just wanted to say, welcome back, Mr. Wilderson, and welcome to Mr. Hazlett for their willingness to serve on this committee. And that's all I wanted to say. And thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Moved by
I'll
Hall.
second.
Moved by Hall, seconded by, I think
Pike.
Mr. Solis beat. I think Mr. Solis beat you just by a tad, Mr. Pike.
That's fine.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
and we all echo Mrs. Hall's welcoming comments to both of you. Next item is item N2, which is to ratify the ASB contracts, and that was pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
Okay.
President Tarantino, what is the status of last year's ASB accounts? Will there be a report identifying each school's balances and the status of the balances accrued prior to COVID? Thank you. There are no further comments.
Okay. Dr. Sakal, would you mind answering Mrs. Cheer's questions? As I recall, there was in our budget, there was a comment, or there was a page about the ASB totals, but I don't know exactly how up to date that was.
So, President Tarantino, in regards to the ASB fund balances, those are typically done over the summer when we're closing the books for each of the schools. And then we bring a report as part of our review and our process with our external auditor as well. That takes a look at each of the schools, where they end up, if they're over the threshold, where we work with them on their spend down plan, make sure that they're below that threshold. And then we also bring it to the audit and finance subcommittee meeting. So like last year, I think we brought it in the fall for the review.
Okay.
In the upcoming months.
Thank you very much. If any other discussion or comments or questions about this item?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Segura, seconded by Mrs. Hall. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item is item 2, which is to adopt the annual resolution numbers 2, 4.
No, you're on O2, sir.
O2? Okay.
O2.
I'm sorry. I get my O's and Q's mixed up. It's probably apparent because this is the second time I've made that mistake. Okay, so item O2, which is to authorize staff to negotiate and execute a joint use agreement with South County Special Education Local Plan Area, often known as SELPA, pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Yes, I pulled it because I was really surprised to see this. The board, I don't believe anybody on our board was given a heads up about it before it was put on this agenda. It's committing facilities from our district for 5 years without regard to what the needs of our district going forward may be. I was really surprised that we didn't have any input or conversation about this beforehand. I don't believe it was the facilities subcommittee informed about this before? Because I don't believe we heard about it from this subcommittee. So it's on here.
I will defer to Mr. Pike.
No, I don't think it was. So
No,
let me give you,
wasn't.
I can give you some background. Let me give you some background.
I just want to say this. 5 years, we have facilities on L Street, and we're trying to possibly relocate some of our own offices. Now we're going to tie up facilities for our own use by giving it to somebody else for 5 years. Never was consulted. The board wasn't consulted or informed. Didn't have ability to have a discussion or even weigh in on this before it was brought here for approval. And I do not agree with that happening. I'll just say that flat out right now.
Dr. Janney, did you want to provide some insight? Or?
Sure,
Okay.
I'm happy to. So the SELPA office has been leasing facilities in the San Diego County office facility in National City. They came to the SELPA superintendents, the South County superintendents, and said, hey, all the SELPA districts pay for those leases. It comes directly out of our district budgets to pay for the lease, no matter where they are. And so the request came from Russell Coronado. He said, I would prefer that, the districts pay their own selves and be housed in a district in South County as opposed to in the county office facility. So he brought it forward. We looked at our facilities. He came over and looked at a few of them. It was a perfect fit. And so so we're actually paying ourselves back. So about $50,000 that we pay into the SELPA for our lease, we're getting back. So for 5 years and maybe longer, they're willing to pay leases for the L Street property, which pays into Fund 40. And that's part of that funding that we have to pay every year. It's like $1.5 million. And so that's ongoing revenue. And we're actually paying ourselves, right? So we'd have to pay it anyway. So why not pay it to ourselves? And so it was a request from the SELPA, and we were able to accommodate, and that's why it was brought forward.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Just curious why it wasn't brought to the facilities subcommittee attention. I think that'd be part of their responsibilities are.
I don't know the answer to that question, to be honest with you. I don't know if it is or not. Is that typical, Dr. Aguirre?
So usually this is not something that has come to the facility subcommittee. Again, at this point, I'll just leave it at that. And Dr. Janney had conversations with the SELPA director, and staff moved to implement that direction.
So the superintendent, this is the superintendent's decision solely, without consulting the board prior to bringing this to the agenda.
Well, I can't speak to the board piece. I can only speak to, again, our piece was to focus on the facility impacts.
Mr. Solis.
Thank you, President Tarantino. How much space are they going to be taking up?
It's one suite. It's the suite where college and career readiness is right now. It's not filled. And so they're moving back to the VAPA office, which is also not filled. And so we're actually getting some revenue as a result of the SELPA moving into that suite.
All right. I think it's a great idea. However, I think next time, if we get a heads up, I think we'd appreciate that just so we're aware of what's happening and we have a plan going forward of what's going to happen next.
Well, that's the point. We don't have a plan. We haven't heard a plan We were looking to do some rearranging in the central offices, especially in regards to Moss Street. And now we won't have that facility available for 5 years plus. My point.
Yes, I'll move to approve.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second. Moved by Solis, seconded by Tarantino. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Hall,
No.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike? Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
No.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 no.
Okay, and the last item is item Q6, which is pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker. Comments are from Kathleen Cheers. I would like to commend Dr. Fulcher and his equity culture staff for this well-drafted resolution. When one reads it, it presents as Sweetwater does indeed believe that Black students matter and are not simply an overlooked, unappreciated entry on graphs, charts, and reports. While Ms. Hall believes most children have access to internet services in the home, the fact is 25% do not. Please recognize this need in the future, not as it pertains to Black students, but all students. Furthermore, I respectfully recommend all of our trustees be given the opportunity to attend a private sensitivity learning session led by Dr. Fulcher offering insight into racial bias. I respectfully recommend Sweetwater begin a concerted effort to address the discriminatory biased language students are consistently using on campus. Addressing the N-word, its history and true meaning. Alerting students' usage of this word is as despicable as those hurtful words some use to identify the LGBTQ, Latinx, and Jewish and others. I would like to also recommend a continuance of the efforts of the Equity Culture Department. While I am quite confident she does not consider me one of her 5 faves, staff like Ms. McClellan have put forth valiant efforts on the issue of not only do all students, but that Black students must be seen as part of the all versus separate due to their color. In closing, respectfully, I encourage all Black teachers, custodians, secretarial staff, office supports, coaches, gardeners, administrators, and Dr. Fulcher to speak your truth. In order for others to learn, we must hear your voice. Pay it forward for those who come after, like the students you teach, by having the courage to address inequities and misconceptions. Take the time to teach us. It will make a difference. There are no further speakers.
Okay. Any other comments from board members? Then I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 4683 on the commitment of the Sweetwater Union High School District to Black Lives Matter.
So moved.
I'll make
Second.
a second. Okay.
Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura. Madam Clerk, will you please call for the vote?
Hall,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Pike,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the board will now reconvene the closed session that was begun at the beginning of this meeting.
Thank you.